Bungle. Whoops.
Bungle.
Cool. All right. Let's jump straight into the summary from the last session.
Can I have a crack real quick? Tiernan done fucked up.
Cool. All right. Let's just launch straight into it then.
Done gone to the bathroom and come back to, oh God, didn't fucked up.
That is. Look, I'm happy to just roll into it straight from there if you want to.
No, I would
Wow.
like to hear the
Against
entire
synopsis
thing,
and we can-
please.
Yeah, no, cool. All right. So, located on the edge of Old Town, the Calamity Club could be heard before it was seen, and our heroes soon found themselves on its doorstep, being informed of the policies of the drinking establishment by the buxom, well-muscled Babs. Hey, John, what was the policy?
Don't eat after midnight.
Inside the club was even louder, despite the early evening. Filled with patrons having a good time, the party met Timmy, the massive but well-dressed troll bouncer, who reiterated the message of Babs, confirming that people were here for a good time and violence of any sort was not acceptable.
Hey,
I
hey,
feel like
I
the
was
DM's pointing
defending
this out
myself.
for a reason.
Determined to find out more about the mystic delirium, who it was said were popular here and often performed when they were in town, the party began asking questions, approaching the dwarven staff and then bumping into the overly enthusiastic Salus again, who was ecstatic to see B had finally come here. After partaking in various beverages, including a highly potent spirit made from the pickled nose of Timmy the Troll, B saw someone she knew, Esme, the partner of her brother Alec, and a woman of whom she was not exactly a fan of. Esme was seated with a number of rich-looking folk, and she ensured that B knew that she was there, their eyes locking through the crowded room. Slowly, the party learned that Aloysius and the rest of the Delirium were fan favourites here, and thought most highly of. The one person that might know the most about them, however, Drac, the owner of the club, had not emerged from his office yet. As the evening progressed, tensions began to rise between Esme and B, leading to a terse and somewhat artificially pleasant exchange between the two, before some rather smelly practical jokes were played on Esme and her friends, forcing them to abandon their table. Still seeking answers, Delgrim inserted himself into the situation, questioning Esme, then surprisingly twirling her into a fine dance, catching many people, including his own friends, off guard. Drinks flowed, questions were asked, and it was learned from Seb, a pompous and rich halfling that had accompanied Esme, that in parts of the Candle Quarter, people were having strange dreams. B also noticed that the group was being watched by a human-looking individual with piercing blue eyes. Alas, before she was able to chase him, he vanished into the throng of people. The evening then took a darker turn. Miera, using her telepathy to communicate with B after the drow had sent her a magical message about the stranger, triggered a heinous, disturbing image in B's mind, reminiscent of the nasty dreams that Miera had been having. Meanwhile, somewhat inebriated, Tiernan continued to lose Blinky as a tool to scout around the room, catching Timmy off guard. The huge troll, unsure if Blinky was friend or foe, grabbed him, triggering a blast of electricity through the troll's hand. Roaring in pain, he flung Blinky at the wall, the small orb spiraling out of control towards it. It's almost like, for you, Tiernan, this is in slow motion. You are confident of Blinky's abilities to be able to maneuver and fly, but this is a situation which he's never really encountered before, and neither of you, and the force in which he is thrown catches both of you off guard. There are people in the crowd who look up and watch, and some of you hear more than see the repercussions of this action as Blinky smashes into the wall with a very audible crunch. The orb falls to the ground, and Tiernan, you can see at least one or two things of which you're not sure what they are fall off your small mechanical friend. The entire establishment, including the musicians, go silent at the sound of this. It is so loud. As well as the fact that Timmy's standing going, my hand! Although for those of you who are near Timmy, you can see that as the electrical sparks subside, the burns and scorched flesh actually is already starting to heal around him. And he looks at you, Tiernan, with these dark pits of where his eyes are, and his huge, sharp teeth glare, like just mouth open at you in anger.
Okay. Well, Tiernan was looking towards Blinky and saw that, and he starts yelling out, Savassa's sake, you did not just do that! And he's going to jump on a chair, look the troll directly in his eyes, and say, how dare you assault me and my property? I want to see your boss right fucking now.
Okay. Make a persuasion roll for me.
All right. Dirty 20.
Sorry?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. I'm going to roll dice as well. How many attacks did trolls get? No, I'm kidding. Or am I? You get right in Timmy's face, and this whole place is just silent as you shout at him. You can smell his breath. You are so close to his face. It actually smells quite nice. The pipe that he's been smoking, it obviously has some kind of tobacco in it, which has got quite a pleasant aroma to it. And he goes, oh, it hurt me. No violence in this establishment. I'm going to get the boss, but he's going to kick you out as well.
You assaulted him first. I warned you not to touch him. He was defending himself.
Doesn't matter. Rule is no violence in the Calamity Club. And he turns around and shouts, Babs, go get Drac.
I'm jumping off the chair and walking over to Blinky. Well, rather pissed off Tiernan striding over to Blinky.
While this is going on, what is the rest of our little collection of characters doing?
Hand on hilt, I think Delgrim will kind of pair up with Tiernan. He's genuinely concerned about Blinky, but he's just going to position himself in such a way that if there's some kind of violent repercussion against Tiernan's person, that he's there to jump in and assist with redirecting that.
Yeah, cool. Excellent. What about the rest of you?
Miera's probably sitting at the table with her mouth open, just like...
Amazing. Hey, Rowan,
Yeah.
Rowan was surprisingly quiet the whole time in the club.
Yeah.
Like surprisingly quiet. Like what's Rowan up to right now?
I think we said, care of chat, that Rowan was just coming back from the bathroom when all of this happened. So I think she's probably got eyes on Blinky having hit the wall
Mhm.
more than what Tiernan's. Everyone else can do with Tiernan. She hasn't seen what's happened before this. There is a small robot that she boops regularly that's now on the floor.
Mhm. Mhm.
So,
Cool. Okay. And the last two in the party, so a B and Grumpfel, are you guys doing anything in particular, or?
We are definitely not talking amongst ourselves. We are definitely not taking bets on what happens next. No, no. Sorry, you go.
No, please, please.
Grumpfel kind of reaches over and just sort of picks Miera's chin up and lifts it up, going, there, my dear. You had your mouth open. I think, and this is obviously to Rowan, to B, and to Miera. I think the night has just turned a little cold. We could quite possibly be shown the door with some force.
B.
I think I was suffering from a very bad headache, and B was not quite with the party, so I think I would have maybe caught up to where everyone is and what's going on, and just be like, kind of looking around awkwardly because my friend works here, and this is my hometown currently. So it's just like,
Oh. B, can you make a perception check for me, please?
sure, absolutely, I can do that. That's a 16.
16. So you take a moment to look around, and you can see off to one side, Salis has got like a tray of drinks, but she's stopped and she's just staring at the group that you're with. And she looks at you and kind of tilts her head to the side. In that kind of questioning sort of way. But then you see over her shoulder Esme and the other little group of rich kids that was with her. And Esme is just standing there with just the thinnest of smiles on her lips as she's watching this unfold. While this is going on, you guys will see Babs come basically freight training through the room. She doesn't need to push patrons out of the way. People just move. It's like the parting of the ocean as she makes her way through, and you can see again on the long plait that she wears the flanged head of a mace sort of swinging, and it's almost swinging slightly ominously now as she makes her way across to stand right sort of beside the group with her arms folded, watching you very, very intently as Timmy stomps off across the room to a small side door. And you can see he opens it, and you can hear, because this place is so quiet, Drat, we've got a problem. Come out and have a look and see what's going on. Takes a few moments, and then you see emerging from the door what appears to be an absolutely ancient turtle. He's got a very simple wooden walking frame that he's using as he makes his way across the room. He's wearing very, very simple clothes, but he's got a tall black top hat on. And around it, there is a scarf, which you recognize as one of the bind scarves, with a number of binds interlaced through it. And it falls down the back of the hat. And you can hear it kind of jingling softly in the quiet of this place. You're now starting to hear whispers through the crowd. You can also see that his shell appears to be painted with an elaborate image of a huge mountain range. And he's just very slowly makes his way painfully over towards you guys, with Timmy following along behind. It takes him a long time to get there because he is very slow, and the silence slowly starts to filter away as people begin to talk more. And you can hear people going, "Oh my God, what's going to happen? God, we haven't never seen a fight or anything like that in here before. This is the first time I've seen it. Oh my God, are they going to get kicked out? Is Bad's going to kick their ass? Is Timmy going to eat them? What's going to happen? Oh my God." B, you see Celis kind of give you can see his sort of mouth, are you okay?
I just give like a very like a child being told off.
Yeah.
Like slow look away and avoidance of eye contact, and looking back towards Blinky and Tiernan, and like waiting for whatever the fuck is about to happen.
So for those of you who went to look at Blinky, so that was, I think that was Tiernan and Rowan, was that right?
Delgrim is also there.
And Delgrim. So Blinky is currently lying on the ground. Central eye is closed. One of the small wings that pops out of his frame is bent at an uncomfortable angle. You can see that there are a couple of small metal rods which he used to help with the flying mechanism have snapped and broken, and you can see on the ground around him there's like a small cog. One of his little metal panels has popped open, and you can see Tiernan, you can see exposed inside some of his internal workings. Very hard to ascertain exactly what state he's in, but he's not moving.
Okay, well, I will pick up the parts which have come off him, making sure that there's nothing missing, and basically cradle him in my arms.
So you pick him up. As you pick him up, the central iris just slowly grinds open, and there was always a metallic sound. Like, it was kind of one of the cute things with Blinky. When he blinked, was that the metallic iris would make that kind of click click sound. Now it's a grinding, branching noise of bent metal. It opens, but only about halfway before it jams, and you can see the mechanism trying to open all the way. The one wing that is bent twitches as if it's trying to flap, and the other one seems to be okay. As you pick him up, make a tinkerer's check for me. So, like, with your tinkerer's tools. So this is your knowledge of how Blinky works. So basically just your intelligence and your proficiency modifier.
So that's 22.
22. Superficially, you can see that there is a lot of damage done to his carapace. The one metal panel that's popped open as you kind of gently turn him over, internally doesn't seem to be damaged. It seems to be that his hard shell has protected him for the most part. Done exactly what you'd always hoped would have happened in a situation like this. Hasn't damaged the delicate internal mechanisms. The one wing, you think is comparatively easy to repair. But for the moment, Blinky is unable to fly. But again, even in your quite inebriated state, although you've probably sobered up fairly quickly, you do think it wouldn't be too hard to actually fix up.
I'm just going to murmur and it's all right, buddy. It's all right, buddy. I'll fix you. I promise. And I'm just going to let cast mending. Just a little bit of energy flow from the shard into his carapace to realign some of the inner circuits.
So Delgrim and Rowan, you guys watch as Tiernan's doing this, and you can see as Tiernan begins to work this unusual power that you've never really seen him do before. So, like, John, is there did you want to explain exactly what that looks like? Because this is probably something the group's never really seen before, because nothing of this level has kind of happened like this to Blinky.
Well, first off, Tiernan will drop his arm to his side and flick off the safety mechanism on his pistol, and the gears will start to turn, but he hasn't removed it from his holster. It starts to build up, and you'll all see this glow of it's blue, isn't it? From blue?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This intense blue light just suddenly starts to channel up from Tiernan's hip up into his arms, and it just redirects straight into Blinky.
Outstanding. So you guys watch as the first thing that begins to repair is the iris. The grinding, it's still trying to open, it's still jamming, but you watch as one of the pieces of metal kind of almost like pops into position again, and the iris very smoothly opens all the way up to reveal Blinky's internal eye.
I won't fix his wing yet, though.
Yep.
Just a little bit.
Cool. So anyone else, so Delgrim, Rowan, anything that you want to do or say in this particular situation with this going on?
While he's fixing Blink, or she doesn't know what it is, doing what he's doing to Blinky, she's gonna look around. Is there anyone coming over, like, from the bar? Like, not us, but like any of those people coming to approach specifically what's going on?
So there is this old turtle who is very slowly making his way over, with Timmy, the massive troll, behind him. And they're kind of coming in the general direction of the group, although probably heading more towards Tiernan, since Tiernan seemed to be the one that was the most involved with this.
Okay. I'm waiting for them to get close enough that I'm not yelling across a bar to them, but I'm going to talk to them when they get close enough.
And Delgrim is just throwing the dirtiest stare at this troll as those two approach, and will come in just a little bit closer again to Tiernan and Blinky.
So Drac finally kind of gets within, closes to you guys. Again, as I said before, very, very slow. And the old turtle goes, "Oh, what seems to be the problem?"
Tiernan will stand up at that point, because he's literally been bending over on the ground. He's got Blinky and Cradle in his arms, and he turns to this tortoise.
Yep, turtle. Yep.
Are you the owner of this establishment?
Yes, this Calamity Club belongs to me. Yes.
I'm going to stride right up to him. And
Rowan is going to stop you, because she knows that you getting close to that guy is not a thing that's going to happen.
Yeah,
she's
Grumpfel's
you.
going to shadow that.
She is going to stop you.
Okay,
You are
so
not
worried
up to
about
him.
Tiernan, but
No, she's worried about what he's going to do to you, not the other way around.
Just a turtle.
so Tiernan,
There's a troll with him.
Rowan and Grumpfel are now on an intercept path. Tiernan, are you
I was next to
determined?
Tiernan.
Sorry, what was that, Kate?
I was next to Tiernan, so it would be full like this is her hands on you to stop you moving. Like,
Okay.
you can
Tiernan?
push her out of the way, but
No. You put your hands up. He looks down at you and just taps you on the shoulder. He goes, "Don't worry."
No, absolutely not. Not in your state, not like you are now. And she's going to turn around, like she's going to go and talk to, like, this is you are too emotionally invested in this. Absolutely not. No. Sit your ass down.
Rowan,
Yeah. No,
I-
she's,
got this.
no, you don't. You don't know how to talk to people, and you're not doing it now. And she's going to turn around and, like, she's going to walk up to the
Rowan, his friend has been grievously injured. Let the man speak.
Yes, and he's emotionally invested in this situation, and that just is going to end badly for all of us. And I'd quite like to finish my drink, if that's all right with you.
Finish your drink. It's fine.
She knows they're getting kicked out. Like, she has been in enough pubs in her life that she knows that the situation here is we're getting kicked out unless someone stands up and says something and does something properly. And she was in the bathroom, so she wasn't actively involved in whatever went on.
Drac,
Meanwhile,
is it?
Grumpfel gets over
And it's
to the
going to
tortle.
talk over you, Rowan, directly
Mm.
at Drac. Drac, is it?
Drac. Yeah.
Okay. Your employee has assaulted me and my property.
I saw this also with my own eyes, as did everyone in this room who was watching the stupid pet creature do. Look at little Blinky.
Oh. And Drac turns to Timmy and goes, "Oh, Timmy, what exactly happened here?" And Timmy goes, well, boss, like the little ball was flying around, and like you know how like no violence in this place, and I don't know what it was. I was just trying to grab it so I could have a look at it, and then it went like, and it hurt my hand, and it was like, oh, I threw it, and that was kind of like it. But like you always say, no violence here. I wasn't actually gonna. I just wanted to stop it and go, hey, what is this thing? Because I didn't want anyone to be hurt.
Is grabbing Blinky, who had done nothing to you, you giant, stupid creature. Is this not violence to poor little Blinky? Look at what you have done to him now.
I only did that because he flew around and he hurt my hand, and so I had to throw him.
Drax, is there somewhere private we may have a discussion?
Drac goes, oh, no, he's actually fine.
Okay, well, allow me to introduce myself then. My name is Tiernan de Palan. I take a short bow. Second son of Griffin de Palan, Master Shardsmith of Catharbal. Younger brother to the Council of, and I'm never going to get this right, the Shard Protection Institute. So, when the Catharbal issues a citation to your Duchess for interfering and damaging Catharbal's technology, do I put you down as the name of contact?
Drac goes, interesting, huh? Don't really know half of what you're talking about. And to be honest, Tiernan, I don't really care. This is my club. And the Duchess, if you're going to throw gnomes around, names, not gnomes, that would have been awkward. Maybe throw gnomes as well, I don't know. Yeah, suddenly Grumpfel goes flying across the room. If you're going to be throwing names around, the Duchess wouldn't really care either. I have very strict policy in this club. There's no violence.
And your pet has immediately disobeyed that policy, destroying poor sweet little Blinky who does nothing.
Firstly, Timmy is not my pet. Timmy is my friend. Secondly, Timmy grabbed something that appeared to be an inanimate object that was floating around in this room, probably propelled by some kind of magical field or something of that nature. I completely condone his activities here because he did not understand what this was, and his job is to protect the people that are here. Now, the halfling over there, yes, what were you wanting to say?
Can I ask a question? You said he thought it was inanimate. Is that right? Did you think it was an inanimate object that was doing something weird to me?
She's talking to the troll.
Yeah, Timmy's like, don't really know what inanimate means.
It means it's not living, and it like was flying around, and you thought it wasn't living, and so you grabbed it thinking it would be okay.
Sound like a no to me. Did not think in an object
okay.
at all.
Would you have done the same if it was a bat or a bird?
Well, I mean, a bat or a bird's not going to hurt anyone. I wanted to grab it and look at it and then go, hey, what's this? Is it a weapon? Because if it is, I'm going to crush it. And if it's not, I'll just give it back. But I ain't seen nothing like this.
And Timmy, that's why I'm asking, because if you grabbed a bat or a bird, they'd bite you and you'd get hurt as well. And then I'm asking, would you have done the same to a bat or a bird if it had gotten in? You'd grabbed it and then you'd chuck it at a wall. She's finished that thought, and the whole point she's trying to make is like, are you doing the same thing to a living creature that you did to something that you grabbed out of thin air?
So Timmy goes, "Oh man, I wouldn't grab. Very confused. I wouldn't grab a bat or a bird, but like I said, it looked like I seen some kids playing with balls, and it looked like a little ball.
If he's got a little ball, he's got little wings, so he looks like a bat or a bird. So that's why I'm asking."
Well, again, I just grabbed it because I wanted to check and make sure no one got hurt, but then it hurt me.
After you grab it, without asking or being careful in any way. And again, look at small Blinky now completely ruined.
So at this stage, Drak goes, "Oh, look, it sounds like there's been maybe a little bit of miscommunication or a little lack of understanding across the various parties here. Bless you, Emily. B, I mean.
Thank you.
As I said before, very strict policy here. No violence. So, I'm going to make this very straightforward. Whilst I understand that Timmy has done something which has caused you all a little bit of concern, and that apparently this thing, Blinky, whatever it is not not a weapon or whatever it might be, violence has been enacted within the premises.
So you will be firing. So you will be firing your dumb employee here. Then
Not by
is
us.
what I hear.
We haven't done anything.
No,
Tiernan just gonna leave.
You haven't, but the owner of this Blinky thing. He's already going. Yes, I mean, as I said, the policy is that unfortunately you are not actually welcome here for the rest of this evening.
I am confused because we haven't done anything. That's why I'm confused as to why we're getting kicked out. So just for some clarity, I spend a lot of time in the pubs back home, so I'm just trying to work out, based on what I've experienced before and now, what reason you actually have to kick us out. Because from what I can see, my friends are over having a drink, like she's indicating the rest of the group. All Delgrim and I have done is gone and inspected something of our friend's property that got chucked at a wall. So, but for why are you kicking us out exactly?
Well, I'm not kicking you out. It sounds like this Tiernan is the owner of this device, this thing. So I'll be asking that. I mean, he's already leaving by the looks of things. The rest of you are welcome to stay if you want. You're not involved directly within this, so it's fairly straightforward. Sorry, you got your gnome friend over there who had something that they wanted to
It was more of signaling the DM rather than signaling the turtle. Grumpfel at this stage is actually going to stand up on the table, tock his staff on the table, and in a semi-loud voice go, "Most venerable of hosts, we understand that as the owner of the establishment, you have set rules. And as a gesture of goodwill, being first-timers to your establishment and this town, we will make our leave and hopefully have an invitation to return at a later time."
Fine words. Again, those of you here don't need to leave. It's just this 10 individual.
I would be. We are a group together, and I'm sure I lament the exchange of coins for fine beverages in your establishment. I believe that it would be beneficial to our party, given mindsets, headspaces, and all that wonderful thing that goes in between and around between ears, that we may depart for the evening and come back anew, refreshed and friends once again.
For the record, old SazTheMeeple does not speak for me. I would like to have conversation with you, sir, but separate to all of this. I think you're making very wrong decision. I intend to inform all my friends and colleagues how terrible decision-making owner of this place makes. But in meantime, another friend of mine is in great danger and peril, and evidently you are only one who may be able to currently help us.
In Undercommon, Grumpfel's going to just say to Delgrim, he's not in the right mind frame to help us. We need to come back tomorrow. I am making good graces for us to come back tomorrow and ingratiate ourselves for help. We need to leave now.
Delgrim, being 3 troll nose
Yeah.
drinks deep, does not even acknowledge that conversation whatsoever.
Conversations going in directions I didn't really anticipate. I mean, I'm happy to have a conversation with you about a different topic. Is that what you're talking about, Sir Dwarf, or?
Excellent. Let us have conversation in other place than not here. Also, you invite my friend Tiernan back in, that would be very nice of you. He did nothing wrong.
Yeah, no.
Dumb troll smashed Blinky.
That is not going to happen at all. Tiernan is not welcome within the establishment at this period in time. I'm happy to have a conversation with you and the rest of your friends, though.
Very well.
And like Timmy's in the background, and you can hear Timmy's gone over to Babs, and you can hear him going, "Hey, Babs, I don't think I did anything wrong. I don't really know why they keep saying I did something wrong, but I was just like looking out for the people here because like the little flying metal ball was flying around, and I thought it might hurt people." And she's just like, Timmy, look, it's okay. You made a call. I understand what you were trying to do. The fact that it hurt you and you reacted, that's all fine, but let's leave this to Drac. Drac's made his call. You and I were on the same page. No violence here. Doesn't matter how it goes down. Blanket rule. That's how we keep this place safe. But maybe let's just try and let's get the vibe going again. And Timmy's just like, yeah, okay. I guess I just kind of feel a little bit bad. Like maybe I did something wrong. And she reaches up, and you can see he looks quite sad. And she reaches up and pats the troll on the side of the arm. She goes, "Hey, Timmy, it's okay, buddy. You were just looking out for the people here, okay?" And he's like, "Oh, okay. Thanks, Babs. I'm quite sensitive, and this kind of thing makes me quite upset sometimes." She's like, "I know, buddy. I know. But you did good. Did good, Timmy. So thanks, Babs."
While this is all going down, Bee's gonna at some point look over at Miera and just be like, "Is this how every tavern or pub visit goes for you?"
Not everyone, but see, Tiernan doesn't drink much, but when he does drink, he gets to special little milestones. And I think the only one I saw was 4 drink Tiernan, and he was just a bit emotional. 6 drink Tiernan this time though. I don't remember a time I've ever seen him so assertive.
Wonder what happens at 8 drink Tiernan.
I don't know, but we could try and find out at some point, I think.
Okay, sure.
Just for your information, yeah, he did grab the bottle on the way out.
Okay, cool. Now Tiernan is actually leaving, isn't he?
Yes, and when he gets outside,
Yep.
In full view of everyone, he's casting invisibility on himself.
Okay, cool. All right. So you go outside, cast invisibility.
And then walking back towards the inn.
Sorry, walking
back towards the inn.
Okay, cool. So that's what Tiernan's doing. Drac kind of gestures to whoever is sort of paying attention. Whoops, no, that's Timmy. Coming to go into my office. We can have a conversation. And he starts very, very, very slowly heading back towards the little side door that he emerged from.
Where is Timmy and Babs at the moment? So they're going from table back to side door. Is Timmy and Babs the opposite direction? Are they in that direction but off to the side?
So Timmy and Babs are basically going back to the stations they were originally at. So Babs is heading out towards the front. Timmy's kind of heading into sort of the main door into the sort of the main sort of
is that away from the door that
yes.
that Drax and others going? Okay.
Yeah.
Grumpfel would like to just go over to Timmy and Babs while they're both still standing there.
Yep. Okay. Yep. So they've just sort of finished having their conversation. They're about to sort of go their separate ways. Yep.
Yeah, young man, please, may I? He's going to remove his little religious symbol from around his neck and put it. Please, may I have a look and perhaps offer my my abilities to attend to any wounds that you have on your hand?
Timmy looks down to you, and goes, "Oh, look, thanks, mate, for my hand's fine now." And you can see he holds it up and his hand looks like 100% fine. So really hurt at the time, but no, it's all good now. And he kind of goes like that, and he's got these massive fucking claws. Like, it's probably quite intimidating.
May I?
Oh, yeah, sure. And he kind of offers you his hand, which is probably about twice the size of yours.
Yeah, that's right. So Grumpfel just gets his hand and turns it over, palm up, puts one hand under one hand on the top, and says, where's my notes?
Yeah, cast Guiding Bolt.
Yeah. There's power in prayer and verse, strength of conviction, fuels the healing words. Go with Kamataon's blessing, and may your life and your duty be long and blessed. And then he'll take his hands away, give him a little bow, and sort of go to move back to the table.
He looks down at his hand, kind of turns it over, seeing if anything's happened. He goes, "Oh, thanks, mate. Those were some nice words. I'm gonna go and make sure nothing else goes wrong now."
Of course.
Right. He heads off back through the crowd. Rowan, through this jumble of stuff and everything that's been going on, words thrown around, you kind of interjecting your part, all these things. Now that this has sort of happened, you can see Delgrim and Drac are sort of heading off towards the side room. Are you going with them? What's Rowan doing in this space? Is she still seeking answers to stuff?
She has given up because she was like run over by other members of the party. So she there's no point in her trying now. In terms of she's tried to help and then it's not worth it. So she will go back and join Grumpfel at the table because they were spending time together before. So
yep. Cool. Okay, so you head back to where Grumpfel is. Is anyone else going with Delgrim towards the side room?
I think Miera would like to, if she spots them slowly moving in that direction.
Yeah, for sure.
I would likely follow Miera at this point.
Yeah. Cool. All right. So the three
were bonded.
Yeah. So the three of you guys head off and follow Drac. Drac goes into the small side room. You can just see it's a very, very small office. It's very, very plain. And there's sort of 4 or 5 chairs arranged around the room. Nothing particularly flash. There's a desk. You can see a bunch of papers and stuff like that on it. And he goes and sits down behind the desk. Gestures for you all to have a seat. Oh, it's all right. So, what's this extra conversation that you're wanting to have?
Miera, would you like to explain your situation, or would you like me to do this more directly?
I mean, I don't know if we need to go through the whole thing. I thought we were just going to ask about the Mystic Delirium.
Zarina is who we're looking for.
Oh, we're looking for we're looking for people too. Like lots of people, actually.
Drac, we are told by many people in this town all seem to think you are one and only person who may have seen group of people who set out from Nar Ithol, in particular Zarina, who apparently came here with some questions. Everyone seemed to think you only one who perhaps know when that might have happened, what might have come of it.
This is Zarina person that you're talking about?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't know who she is.
Well, let me pull up my notes from previous session then, and I give you more information, unless...
She's a Smurf Niblin.
You know.
I'm saying it how it's written. In my notes, anyway.
Tiernan. Sorry, Grumpfel, you now blue.
Oh, so rude. So rude. That's it. Screw you if you need healing again.
That's all right. You haven't done anything for me lately. It's fine. She's love you really. She's very friendly. She's obviously quite short. She's been hanging out, potentially asking questions about psychic emanations. Maybe she might have had like one of these, and she'll show the psychic glance. Might have come in with another old Durgard with a mohawk. Reza?
We get a lot of people through here. I mean, none of them kind of ring any bells specifically.
No one asking about any strange going-ons around Old Town.
Strange goings on around Old Town. I mean, there's always a few bits and pieces going on around Old Town. I mean, is there anything specific or?
Well, anything you would deem weird. Can you remember what you had for breakfast this morning?
Bacon and eggs. I may be old, but I'm not feeble-minded, dear.
I was just checking. So you can't think of anything specific that you would deem strange that's happening around Old Town. We've heard stuff about a hooded figure. And then obviously our friends have been also asking very similar questions. But you don't think you've seen them?
Perhaps about strange dreams in Candle Quarter, for example. Keep in mind, at this stage, according to at least 2 other people, you are the last person to have seen these people, so keep that in mind when you answer.
It almost sounded like a little bit of a threat there, just saying.
I get that a lot.
He's just very blunt. Don't take it personally. Does it to everyone.
I've heard talk of this cloaked figure, and it's been around parts of Old Town or the Shades. It's hard to tell much beyond that, to be honest. You might be patrons here who have had more interactions. These other individuals that you're talking about, I can't recall anything about them, but I mean, as I said, we get an awful lot of people that come through the club, and to be fair, I spend most of my time here in my office doing paperwork, and to be honest, napping. So Timothy or Babs might have a bit more of an understanding of these people, although I would say that Timmy is probably not going to be terribly inclined to want to speak to you lot again. I'm not sure.
Is he withholding information?
Side check on that absolute bullshit about not knowing who we're talking about.
Okay, yeah, sure, make an insight check.
I'm also going to get in on that, please.
16, 17.
That is going to be a 21.
Cool.
I got a 7, so I'm just focused on how cool the turtle's hair is.
Yeah, cool. Awesome. Look, he is definitely coming across as somewhat cagey. The slightly bumbling old individual thing, for a lot of people, would probably conceal that. For both of you two, though, you've had enough dealings with people out in the world where you feel like possibly he's not telling the entire truth. But yeah, hard to tell.
Oh, well, I guess let's make that less hard. Delgrim's going to cast the Zone of Truth.
Okay, so you are going to, wow, holy shit.
Oh no.
Okay. So what are the components for that? Like, is it verbal and somatic? Like
Verbal and somatic.
Okay.
Single action.
Do I recognize the spell?
Make an Arcana check for me.
Yeah, cool.
Now, I think from Delgrim's perspective, because he's not like super magic-y guy, he's just kind of pulling this shit out of nowhere every time it happens to him, and it's like, oh, this is a thing I can do now.
Yep.
I think for Delgrim specifically, what it looks like is just kind of, he's going to restate a question, but with that, he'll kind of feel like there's just something that's right to do with his hands when he does it, and it will end with just his fists like slamming down on the desk in front of this guy, restating a couple of questions.
Nervously playing with her fingers, B is just like, ugh, and gets a dirty 20 for that.
A dirty 20. You absolutely know that there's some level of magic that this strange Duragar is using, but it's actually a form of magic that you've never seen before. Even with that, it seems to be outside the realm of what you have learned or experienced in the past, shall we say? Let me just have a look. All right, so they have to make a saving throw. What's the DC?
It is a charisma saving throw.
Do we have to do that also?
Yep.
12.
Oh, shit.
Anyone
Oh,
in the
no.
zone?
Here's the time to get some
Anyone
info
in
out of
the
Miera.
zone?
Ladies and gentlemen, law and order, Delgrim intent.
Yeah.
Hang on, what was
You
it
were the
again?
night of the 13th. So what was the DC? Sorry,
12.
12.
I fail.
Hang on. What was it?
12.
Charisma.
Charisma.
Just waiting for Miera to use an inspiration point
22?
to give Delgrim
22.
disadvantage.
Yeah, I got an 8, so excellent.
Suddenly B's
Cool.
confessing to everything.
All right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Let me tell you, this is the story of a girl.
Technically,
okay?
it's just that she can't lie. It's not that she can't avoid, it's that she can't lie.
Yeah,
so.
correct.
So an affected creature
I can duck.
is aware of the spell
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and can thus avoid answering questions to which it
Correct.
with a lie.
And
So
the specific question that will be restated as part of casting it is Razagast Yushan Zarina from Narithil asking questions. Have you seen them? Did you talk with them?
Drake leans forward and puts his arms on the table. No, I have not seen them, sir. And I do not appreciate people coming into my establishment and casting spells and trying to influence me. I would like you now to kindly leave.
I saved for it. No, I did save for it. Excellent. I would be happy to leave. But my friend is in great danger. And for some reason, many people here, your bartender included, think that you might be able to help me stop her from her brain exploding. Why is this?
That is no longer my problem. You and your friends have come into my establishment. You have caused chaos and mayhem. You have hurt Timmy, and then you have the audacity to come into my office and cast spells.
Hey, Drac, can I ask you a question?
No, you will all leave now.
No. I'd like to ask you a question. And I say this as a very dear friend of Celis, so I feel like you at least owe me one.
And not being able to speak a lie, she can absolutely ask you a question, so you wouldn't answer no.
Make a persuasion roll B with disadvantage, because this is a very pissed off turtle right now.
Okay. At disadvantage, it's still pretty good. So that's good. Maths is hard. 18.
What do you want to know?
Do you have a best friend?
Yes.
What's their name?
I'm sorry, what is the relevance of this line of questioning?
I'm just trying to get to know you a little bit better because, see, the thing is, I think all of these people, I don't know them very well. I've just really kind of met them. And they're all really good friends. And I think they care about each other. And all of this hostility, I think, might just be coming from the fact that they're scared that their friend might get hurt. So I know it's not the greatest way to maybe approach the situation. Actually, it's definitely not. This was a really bad way of approaching this situation. But I think they're just kind of trying to look out for each other, and they're just really passionate about it. So, you know, would you do the same thing for your best friend? Because I think I would.
I'm the one that might get hurt, Mr. Drax, just so you're aware.
And look at her, she's such a sweet little halfling. She also, like, she doesn't even know me, and she, like, helped me get revenge on an enemy of mine, so it was really cool.
These individuals that you are asking about, I do not know who they are. We have hundreds of people come through the Calamity Club. I don't keep track of every single person who might turn up here. Whoever told you that I might be the person who knows something about those individuals, I don't know where they came up with that information from.
Would you happen to know anything about where the Mystic Delirium is right now? I'm very good friends with them all, and I'm just trying to catch up with them.
Make a deception roll, please, for me, Miera.
Not technically deception.
Technically not
Deception,
untrue.
though.
Like
Is it
Miera
though?
has an open
Miera is very
invite
good
to
friends
hang
with
out and play.
He's best
I
buds
can make
without
it-
wishes.
You can make deception or persuasion, up to you.
20?
If anyone else said it,
Yeah. If anyone else said it,
Yeah.
it'd be like a fucking nah. What
they
did
don't
you
know
get?
who I am, so it's great.
A dirty 20?
A dirty 20. The Delirium were here, would have been maybe a week ago at the most, but I believe most of them have moved on now.
Most of them. So does that mean that there's someone that stayed on in town for a little bit longer?
Possibly they often do. It's a large troop. Sometimes people stay in town, sometimes they all move on.
Do you know anyone specifically that would have stayed on? Do you know where they might be staying right now?
No, I don't.
Okay. But there was something that made you say that most of them have moved.
Yes.
Do you know,
Because
is there someone that regularly stays behind when they come through? Like, do they keep a house or something?
They do have a house here. Yes, they do.
In Old Town or in the Candle Quarters?
I'm sorry, but I'm not going to tell you where they live.
But I've got some very important information that I need to get to them.
Well, look.
And I've been traveling a very long way, not to mention the fact that I'm in danger myself. I've got some really creepy dreams, and they're actually affecting the outside world now. So I need help. If you know where they are, could you maybe just give me a place to look?
Miss?
You also gave me a really bad headache, Miera. We should talk about that later.
Oh, okay.
Look, Miss, I'm sorry that you're having these issues, but I'm not going to tell people who I don't know where the members of this troop potentially live in this town.
Oh, well, my name's Miera Greenleaf, and I come from Sparkle Town, so now you know me.
What your name is. To be honest, I'm growing very, very tired of this conversation.
Well, can I ask you one more question?
Oh my God, is this... Then you must leave.
Can we come back and ask you more questions later, though?
No.
Saracen Esselway? Do you know anything about them? Are they connected to... Do they know the Mystic Delirium? They might be able to tell me.
I have no idea if Lord Esselway knows the Delirium or not.
If you could describe the color of the door that the person in the Mystic Delirium has on their house, what color would you say it was? Blue?
It would be very unfortunate if I had to ask Timmy and Babs to come in here and remove you by force, but I am getting very close.
I would actually enjoy if you try.
Well, sir, that is entirely up to you. If you stay here, that will be the outcome, but I would suggest that you leave.
Miera, I do not think we are getting anything from this old, useless turtle.
I appreciate the fact that you don't know us, but maybe if you do know us, you'd feel more comfortable in telling us information. So, maybe we'll come back and visit you. And Miera will just put her arms out like she's gonna give him a hug. We can still be friends.
And he just sits there leaning on the desk. And he's like, just leave.
Okay.
Yeah, Delgrim, I think, is going to do so, fuming.
Okay.
So
bacon and eggs for breakfast, right?
Get out! Get out! So
we'll do the sad walk out of the room.
Whilst that is going on, I will just quickly roll back around to Rowan and Grumpfel. Was there anything that you guys are wanting to do whilst they're off in the room having their conversation?
So it's just Grumpfel, Rowan, and B at the table.
Just the two of us.
Yeah, just the two of you.
B tactically sort of withdrew.
B
no, she was in the room. Sorry,
Yeah.
Don't mind me.
B's in the room where it happened.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, sorry. I think that went well. No, I don't know what they're hoping to retrieve.
I don't think they're gonna get what they want.
Look, if all the best to them, if they've managed to sweet talk that venerable turtle, then I will gladly walk back my thoughts that we will be getting nowhere. I don't think it's should we venture out to find Tiernan, or should we wait here for the others? Maybe one of us go have a quick look to see where he's at, or
I think you'd have more luck than I well, Grumpfel, if you want to go after him, because he just brushed me aside.
Yeah, that's very true.
before.
Yes, that was quite rude, and yes, he was very emotional. But I can understand. I can understand why, and your intentions were good, and yes, he was quite emotional. But I can understand him wanting to have
No,
a conversation.
I was trying to make sure that he didn't do what he did, which is try and use who he is to talk someone round, because it doesn't work. And like she laughs to herself, like, we've seen him try.
Yes,
we know what happens. This is like
yes, he is a very guided individual, but sometimes allows himself to misguide himself, if you understand what I mean. Yes, perhaps I will just quickly poke my nose outside and see if I can see him out there. I'll be back in a moment, because I think we should try and keep everyone together. And with that,
I might go apologize to Timmy, the troll, because I was a bit mean. She sort of like registered that like she was quite pushy on a guy who's, not exactly got many thoughts upstairs. So she's like, I might just go like many, not none. He doesn't have many thoughts upstairs. So she's gonna like.
Would you like me to come with you for a moment?
No, it's okay. I think I know what I need to say, and I know what I need to ask. So I think I'll be all right. But why don't you stick your nose out, and if you catch Tiernan, good. If not, I'll meet you by the door. I'm guessing that's the way the others are going to end up going anyway.
Oh, look, if they've managed to sit down and let cool heads prevail, we should have the information we're after, and that would be wonderful.
She looks at me like this,
at that
like
point,
there's
the office door
absolutely
will
no
just go
way in hell.
and Delgrim walks out of the office.
What's the timing, Ham? Has enough time passed in there that's happened, and enough time out here, or should we go looking first?
Can I was gonna say, can I steal time to talk to Timmy before they come storming out?
Yeah.
Because like,
so
I feel like we've just had a quick chat.
No, that's totally cool. That's totally cool. So you two sort of start to head off in your direction. So so Rowan, you see Timmy. He's over in the post when you guys first came in here, kind of like welcoming people as they come through into the main room.
Yeah, so she'll just like duck up and just sort of pop up next to him out of nowhere, seemingly, because she's very short and he's not, and that's what happens to tall people.
I didn't mean to say that you would have hurt a bird. I was just trying to understand why you made the decision you made to chuck him across the room.
Timmy's like, oh, come on in. Oh,
sorry.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I do that. I'm small. I do that.
You are very, very small. Look. Look, I get what you were. Well, I don't actually kind of get what you're saying, because like it was a bird and that was a metal thing. But I mean, it's like my job is to look after the people here. Like the people that come to the club are like my family, and so I have to make sure they're safe. And if there's things flying around and stuff like that, especially if I don't know what it is, I've got to make sure that they're okay.
Yeah, I think that's where it all got confusing to me, because Blinky, the little guy who you threw against the wall, he was just trying to like look out for us and look out for our friend who's in trouble. So I think we all got a bit mad about everyone's trying to help and it all went wrong.
Oh, look, I think I understand what you're saying. I didn't realise that, like, it was, like, I think you're
He's like a bird. He's like a bird. He's like a pet,
yeah,
right?
he's like a bird. If a bird was made of metal and wasn't alive, but I might have been alive, but I don't know. Look, I think...
He sort of shrugs, like...
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not going to try and explain that to you. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, if he hadn't have gone and hurt my hand, it would have been fine. Like, I wasn't going to hurt him when I grabbed it. I was just going to go like, hey,
like your friend Turnip or whatever his name was. Like, I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't going to hurt anybody. But then it hurt me, and so the rule is you hurt someone and you got to kick them out. So that's why we had to kick Turnip out. And look, I mean, hopefully we can all like be friends afterwards or something. Because I'm not a bad guy. I know sometimes people think that trolls are bad and we're big and we're ugly, but it's like I got feelings too.
I know. That's why I came to say sorry.
Oh, that's very sweet. What's your name again?
I'm Rowan.
Rowan.
Like, he's going to mispronounce that because there's no letters in the middle when she says it, but there
Right.
are.
Please tell me, please tell me Grumpfel was close enough to hear Delgrim being called Turnip.
Not
No,
Tiernan being called
Oh,
Tiernan.
Tiernan. Sorry, Tiernan being called Turnip.
Yeah. He's like, it's very nice to meet you.
It's okay. It's fine.
Yeah,
He
does he
offers
go to
a
shake-
hand, which is basically probably the size of like you.
Yeah, she's just going to go,
Okay, can you just be careful because I know what your hand did to Blinky and I have little hands.
Well, yeah, I won't hurt you. And I only hurt Blinky because, like, when he's at me, I say, oh, like,
But I don't
like
think
someone.
but when you grabbed him, you might have used too much. I just want.
like, she's going to try and shake his hand, but it's like she's going to basically grab his finger.
Yeah.
Like an infant grabbing an adult's finger.
Yeah.
he's like, yeah. Look, I feel like I'm coming out of this having learned some stuff, and I will be a better troll moving forward. But maybe, like, when you find Trellip or whatever his name was, like, if you could just let him know that if he's flying around little metal balls, what do you call it, Blinky, whatever his name is, if you could
That
let
was
him
just doing it
know,
on purpose.
if you could let him know that, like, just be careful because people don't sometimes know what those things are, and they might get scared. Like, I got scared because I needed to look after people.
No, that makes sense. Well, like, yeah, I better go and find.
She's like she's going to pause. She's about to say Tiernan. But part of her wants to say Turnip because that's what he's been calling Tiernan, and she's now in this like very slight stuck of like, what do I call him?
I'm gonna go find my friend that you kicked out.
Okay.
If my other friends come out, can you just say that that's where we went?
Yeah, okay, sure thing.
I hope I can come back. It's nice here.
It is nice. You should. Oh, crap, I got a cough. Look, it gets real good in about 2 hours, and the place really starts jumping,
Well, maybe I shouldn't come back then. I might get squished.
Oh, no, it's fine. We've got other little halflings around that come and party too, so you'll be fine. All right, bye-bye. We'll see you next time.
She's just gonna head and find Grumpfel.
Yep. And so at this stage, like the three, like Miera, B, and Delgrim explode forth out of the office. Delgrim, I'm assuming leading the charge.
Yeah, but we'll then immediately wait for Miera to catch up because she's the one with the brain hurt.
Oh,
So
I will definitely be calling out, bye, Drax, see you tomorrow.
You're almost sure that you can hear like a very loud sigh coming from his office. You guys make your way out. Grumpfel, you head outside to see if you can spy Tiernan anywhere, and like you look around, nothing. There's a fairly steady stream of people heading towards the club at this stage. And you definitely get a few looks from people as part of the troublemaker crew. But you cannot see Tiernan anywhere.
Grumpfel will kind of talk to himself a little bit like, how does one call out to a shard folk? Oh, that's right. And the shard we've been given by Esmeralda. Grumpfel's going to make use of message and try to look for Tiernan.
Now the
Tiernan doesn't have it activated. He's got it as armor, right?
I believe so.
I believe so.
Yeah. So unfortunately,
You
that
can try, but like,
Grumpfel would have been amazing. But yes, no. You get a hi. You've reached the shard.
Yeah.
I can't take your call.
Please
Tiernan
smash the
can't come up to the shard right now.
It's
Yeah.
important to us.
if you'd like
That's
to leave a
merch.
message, it will never be delivered.
Yeah.
The shard you are calling is disconnected. Please hang
Yeah.
up and try again soon.
Yeah.
4, 3, 2, 8. The shard you are calling. Please mash the keyboard for the next available operator. Thank you. Okay, so
Bob
again,
as Madonna's remembering all these messages. What the heck's going on down here?
Yeah. Tiernan's message. No, okay, focus.
All right. Now, do I specifically have to name someone, or can I send? This is something I haven't actually asked with the message thing. Can it be a blanket message to anyone with a shard, or does it specifically have to be another member with a shard?
Specifically has to be a person with one of the shards, and you
Right.
can't like message sort of everybody. So there's no like conference call feature on this. Sorry, guys.
Instead of Zoom, it's a shard.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, given I know where everyone else is, there's no sense then sending a message elsewhere. Actually, do I remember if does Grumpfel remember if Rowan has the shard in the message form or in the other
She
form?
has it in the message form.
Yep.
Okay. Well, then he at least knows that she will be like.
She doesn't have wings right now.
No.
Sorry.
Grumpfel will ping her with the message and say, I can't see him out here with there's been an hang on, it's message, so it's 25 words.
No, that's sending. Message is different.
Okay.
Different.
I can't see him out here. It's been enough time that he could have got a little far away. How far do you want me to go and try and look for him?
Why do I? I'll using the same facility but back.
Yep.
I'll wait for the others. Why don't you head back towards where we're staying, and we'll meet you there.
Because that's where she's guessing that Tiernan has gone, because that's where his tools and
Yeah.
stuff would
Yeah,
be.
that's a good point.
So that he could fix Blinky.
Yeah.
That's her thought process.
Grumpfel would take that as yep. That's a good possibility. So yes, Grumpfel will start to head off in the direction of where we were staying.
Bless you.
Oh, you're
Thank you.
welcome. It's something that I offer. Oh wait, not
Oh
me.
my god. So
I can't bless you. I am the opposite person that you would want to bless you, Grumpfel.
Eyes go dark.
The warlock cannot
Yeah.
bless the cleric. That's not it.
It's hay fever season up here, baby. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
You-
Cannot
you-
bless the cleric.
So-
You get points for trying.
So you all emerge out of the Calamity Club. And Tiernan, I'll get to you.
No, it's all right.
I'll,
I'm just thinking the place really lived up to its name.
well, look, Grumpfel, you've headed off. The rest of you all sort of roll on out. As you sort of come out onto the street and start heading off in the direction that you're planning on going, Salus comes running out, and grabs your arm, B, and she goes, B, oh my god, I did not expect that to be like the first thing that was going to ever happen when you came to the club, girl. I mean, and she sort of looks at the others somewhat suspiciously, and she goes, hey, do you just maybe come over here and just a little sidebar, maybe?
Oh, I think you can probably just say it here.
Oh, okay. Are you sure?
Yeah, I know it looked really dramatic, but I actually kind of just think that they're all friends and protective of each other.
It is very insightful of you, B.
All right. Well, I mean, I just wanted to, I guess, like, just check in with you and make sure, like, that you're okay with what's going on because, like, I feel like I'm kind of responsible. I was the one who's like, hey, B, like, come and meet these people and hang out with them. And I don't really know who they are, but they seem kind of cool. And then all of a sudden you're in a club and people are getting hurt and then there's shouting and stuff and it's all a bit weird. Like, are you okay?
What
I've
people
definitely
got hurt?
I've also definitely seen worse. I think I'm okay.
Yeah, okay. You don't, I like, okay. Kind of scared that you've seen worse. I mean, that's something you never really kind of told me about, but
I mean, worse is a perspective thing, right?
yeah, okay. I mean, sure. Look, like I know that I don't know what did Drac end up telling you guys much, or did you get like what you needed out of him, or
Not really. No.
yeah, okay. I mean, I'm kind of not really surprised. It's like the Durgar over there seems like a little bit abrasive at times. I don't
I don't
think.
know. He's apparently a really good dancer.
Yeah, I know. Like, I mean, like I was watching him and like Esme. I mean, apart from the fact that, firstly, such a bitch. But anyway, I mean, regardless of that, like he really like got the moves, and she like
I
kind
can
of gets.
introduce you if you like.
Oh no, I mean, no, it's not. No, it's fine. It's not really my type. You know, like my man taller, less
Okay.
hairy, but that's just me. Anyway, look, I
Right.
just want to. But look, I mean, it's. Look, I know that you're looking for those other people, but I know also that you were talking about like the delirium as well. Is that right? Like you guys were looking for like where they might be and stuff like that. Is that right?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is. I mean, I wasn't asking the questions. I'm just here.
Well, I mean, like Miera, like you were talking something about them. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the delirium, you were looking for like where they might be and stuff.
Yeah.
Look,
Yeah, and Drax, who we got told that he knew a lot of stuff that he tells us he doesn't. So
Nothing useful,
know.
useless, stupid, total.
hey,
yeah,
hey, just
So-
pump the brakes a little bit there, even though I don't know what brakes actually are, but still, I just want to say that like Drax he's not a bad guy. You gotta like look at it from his point of view. You've like rolled into his club and there's been all this trouble and stuff.
but hang on a second. That's like painting us with the same. We didn't do anything wrong.
No, I know, but like I mean,
And
he all I'm saying is that like he's got to look after him and his own. But look, regardless of what like your like little Durgar buddy here might say and stuff, I just want to let you know that like just on the side between you and me, like Aloysius,
mm,
like I've heard people talk a few times that like when he's in town, sometimes he likes to go and hang out down at the wilds. So I mean that's maybe somewhere else you could go and try. Like if you're still after information about like him and his mob, you might want to go down there and maybe check that place out. Just if you do, maybe just be a little bit careful and like old Durgar buddy here, maybe just have him.
you don't need to worry. Aloysius and I are really good friends, so that's why we're trying to catch up with him.
Like, sweetie, that's great. All I'm saying is that, and look, I think what? Sorry, I can't remember. Did Mr. Dwarf? If you actually, I can't remember if we've been introduced properly. Salas.
I just offered, but it's fine.
Sorry, what was I missed that?
I just offered to introduce you.
Right. Oh, right. Well, I mean his name. What's your name? It's been a long night already. Mr. Dwarf, look, all I'm saying is that if you go, maybe just look, I'm gonna be blunt. Just don't be such a dick. Like you'll get a lot further if you're just less of a dick.
When my friends are incorrectly claimed to be starting trouble in place. This get my back up, so to speak, and I cannot just sit idly by and allow good name of my friend to be besmirched.
And look, like to be honest, if someone tried to besmirch B, like I'd want to probably like punch him in the nose or kick him in the balls or something like that. But all I'm saying is that sometimes in towns like this, when you're trying to get information, going in there like swinging your swords and like just being a bit of a dick, not a great way to get things done. Okay.
No one swung sword. What are you talking about?
Oh, oh my God! See, it's a metaphor. Like, just.
I think this is going poorly, and we should probably stop this conversation.
I think this is. Yeah. Look, I gotta go.
I will ask you one more question, Celis. You said the wilds.
Yeah.
Are you sure? I feel like that place is a little bit scary.
Yeah. Look, and it's like I know most people kind of don't really kind of go there, but like I know.
Yeah, but like super good reason.
Yeah, but I mean, like Alois just like he's a satyr and stuff, and it's kind of the sort of place where like the Fae go and hang out when they're in town. So
yeah, but also, and I'll say this part quietly, I'll be like, you kind of have a bit of a crush on Aloysius.
Girl, just I mean, can you blame me? I mean, he's hot as fuck.
I
Did you
haven't
hear
met
that?
him.
Holy, I make a perception check.
Saz, I love you. Thank you so much for that.
I cannot believe you've done this, Saz.
Hey!
I
trying
don't
to
know
bring
exactly
your
for anyone,
shepherds,
but I
Emily.
love that it's for Emily.
That is amazing.
I now have to withhold so dramatically.
Yeah, watch Emily
Maybe your
just get
head will
like
explode.
more and more G'd up, and she tries
Just
to
sort of
hold
an
the seeds
aneurysm,
back.
like-
Please tell me that accumulates over. It doesn't reset at the start of
Oh,
the
no,
next episode.
it's
It
gonna
carries
happen.
over.
Going.
Excellent.
What did you get,
Excellent.
Kate?
15.
15. Yeah, look, I mean, it's outside. It's a little bit loud, so she's trying to be quiet, but you would overhear the comment.
It's also quiet, but it's not like I'm whispering, trying to hide it from
Yeah.
you guys. It's more like I'm hiding it from anyone else.
Can I say, I can put a good word in for you?
Celis blushes somewhat, and she's like, "Oh no, I mean it's fun. I don't need you to put in a good word. Him and I, mean."
Wait, what?
Oh shit! I gotta get back inside and work. So look, like I said, maybe if you're brave and you want to go and check that place out, but I mean otherwise, look. And she quickly steps forward, gives you a hug, B, gives you a little kiss on the cheek, and she says, "Just please be careful. Don't these people that you think they're nice, but sweetie, sometimes you're so innocent, and sometimes you can be so sometimes you feel like you're pretty naive. Okay, I'm just saying."
Okay, hold on. I'm very intelligent. How dare you?
No, sweetie, there's a difference between being intelligent and there's a difference between being naive. Like,
Rude.
you're super book smart, but like when it comes to you and people, I mean, baby girl, just not so great sometimes. Anyway, I gotta work. And she quickly scoots back inside.
As she does, I clutch my pocket watch and I point at her and I cast message. And I'll be like, "We're talking about this later."
And I feel like you've done this before. I don't think you can reply to that. She's like quickly sort of looks back over her shoulder and gives you a little wink. So the group is now standing on the side of the street. I am going to roll around to Tiernan, who has made his way through the streets, invisible.
They can reply, by the way, just to message, just FYI. You can do a short reply. Just a thing.
Oh, they can too. Yes, they can.
Yeah.
Tiernan, what are you doing?
I'm pretty much just striding quite what's the word? One focus, one mind, just striding through. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. If you interact with an object, does it dispel invisibility?
No. You've got to basically cast a spell, be aggressive, that kind of thing. Yep.
Yeah, so he's literally just walking straight into the inn, banging the door open, storming up the presumably stairs and going straight to his room and shutting it quite loudly.
Yep.
Now, whatever that looks like to everyone,
Look, there would be, I'm sure, the inn would be fairly busy at this time of night. You'd probably jostle past a few people. There'd be some strange looks, because of course you're not silent. You're just invisible. So there would be some weirdness as you kind of cut your way.
And I'm not trying to be silent. It's more of a case of just keeping out of sight because of what happens whenever I get to town.
Yeah. No, you hear mutters and like, what was that? What do you want? Someone accuses someone else of accidentally munching them and that kind of thing.
Got this
Accidentally
image
causing
of
another bar brawl.
Got this image of this halfling with glasses. Go slam the buzzer. We got one!
And once he's in his room, he's going to latch it and go straight over to the table, gently put Blinky on the table and start rummaging around for all his tools and getting to work. So starting to repair Blinky, making sure he examines all the damage, what long lasting there is, and going through everything meticulously as much as possible to repair his friend.
Hey, can I kind of check for me?
Arcana. 14.
14. Okay. You begin systematically working on Blinky. The effect of the alcohol has, with the adrenaline and the excitement, has burned off.
Actually, it wouldn't have, because he still brought the bottle, and he would be tapping the bottle as he's working.
Then it is not burned off at all. As you're working on Blinky, like, you notice that one of the little compartments that popped open, when you initially had a look, it looked like some of the internal mechanisms were fine. But now that you're looking at it, some of them are slightly off center. There's a few of the different sort of mechanical elements of it have been slightly damaged with this process. And as you kind of use your tools to go in there and to sort of like go to adjust something, Blinky does something a little bit weird and actually kind of rolls away. Like, as you go to adjust something inside, rolls slightly.
Not thinking too much into it, Tiernan will put his hand and try to roll him back. Just to
you roll him back, and then you go back to it, and he rolls away again.
I'm just going to pull my tools away. What's the component that is? What does that component do?
Make a tinkering roll for me. And I'm going to make you roll with disadvantage because you toasted.
Can't tinker while you're drunk.
He's an asshole.
That's tinker, isn't it? So that's 14. 14.
Okay, look. Despite the fact that at times you're fairly sure that there's twice as many components in here as you originally thought there were, some of it appears to do with it's some of the elements which are directly connected to the element of the shard that sits at the heart of Blinky, which enable basically the sentience of him in the first place. Like, that is kind of the core of what Blinky is the shard and how you've manipulated the energy that comes out of it.
I'll just bend over and look Blinky in the eye, and say, "Did you want me to leave that bit alone, buddy?"
He sort of rolls backwards and forwards, like almost in an affirmative fashion.
All right, well, there are other major things that need more attention anyway, and then move on. And just, I'm still a bit of an inebriated, so I'll just try to make a note of that later.
You guys, so you continue working away with Blinky as the rest of the group heads back towards the inn. And I think at this stage it's a good time for us to have a little break. We'll let Emily.
No, Emily is not getting away with sneezing because of a break.
I'm
Actually-
truly so close.
Uh,
It's sitting like right here.
how close are you,
Hold it
Emily?
against you.
How close?
So
How close are you, Emily?
Shut up, Hamish.
Almost there.
Cool. We're going to go to break. And when we return, we'll see what our little group of misfits is going to get up to. And maybe Emily will sneeze again for us.
We're blowing up that place
We should-
after walking out.
Yeah.
We should get a hype train going so maybe Emily can achoo.
Oh, God. Yeah, just.
Now,
Oh.
Hey, like, there's bits for miles.
Days, even.
We go on
can-
break,
Days.
and this is what you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too nice,
you can bits
Hogan.
if you want
Too
to.
nice.
You can
You can bits if you want to. You can leave your streams behind, but don't stay. Hang around.
Hey,
Will
I
Emily
do.
exchange bits for sneezes?
Yeah. Oh, no.
I can't. Listen, I can't sneeze on command.
This stream is taking a very strange turn, and let's turn back the other way before we end up breaching some kind of terms of service or
It's
something.
okay. You do get nose wiggles though.
Yeah.
While I try endlessly
Yeah.
to suppress.
NVCDM has asked a great question. What happened?
Look, everything. Sorry, what happened in the game, or what happened just then, or what happened in the game? That's easy. Basically, you guys are a bunch of idiots. No, that's
Hey,
harsh.
speak for yourself.
What
So,
happened?
yeah, some of
Tiernan
us
was
are being
innocent
very
and
nice
he had
to
to leave.
people.
What happened, guys? What happened? Someone summarize for NVC.
Some of the
Tiernan and
party
Delgrim happened. is the
A
answer
very
to the
unreasonable
question.
tortoise wouldn't listen to us, and was being a jerk.
Excuse
and
me.
then-
A
and then-
giant troll grabs fucking Blinky out of midair and just is like "Rah, rah, rah," in Blinky's little mechanical face. Blinky's perfectly within their rights to, even though it wasn't Blinky, but we're not going to talk about that, to
And-
then
and-
electrocute that troll. The troll's
Yeah.
the instigator in this affair, and I think those of you who are making excuses for them are also on Delgrim's shit list.
and
To be clear, I wasn't making excuses for the troll, but I also think that you two happened is the answer to the question.
and the worst thing is that Turnip got asked to leave, and he did.
Mm.
No, we are not making that a thing.
Oh, we are. You have no idea.
Turnip and Blinky.
Turnip and Blinky.
And also the owner of this club, who literally everyone we've spoken to in this entire town has told us we should talk to find the people we're looking for, was absolutely not helpful in any way. Even with the zone of truth dropped on them, they were like, no, don't know who you're talking about. Sorry about it. I'm old and will probably die in a week.
Hey, don't talk about yourself like that, Promethean.
I do recall the bumbly uncle of the group saying, "Let's just go and come back later with cooler heads, i.e., tomorrow," and got told no.
Yeah.
Rowan tried to say, let's
Not an
we
option.
do this while we're in our emotions, and got told no.
We've got a live pack show very soon, so there is no time for messing around. Let's go.
I do have
we
one
messed
question.
around more by staying
No,
than if we
so-
came back the next day.
Let's firstly, before
Anyway.
we completely spiral out of control, John, I know you got something to say, but firstly, hey, for everybody who's hung out with us so far, thank you. You've chosen to spend your time with us, and time is the most valuable thing anybody has. And so thank you. You're super lovely, and we really appreciate you. Plus, we're sorry, and we hope you're having fun and it's been off the rails. But you rock. We wouldn't be doing this if we didn't have people who were sitting here watching us, pointing and sniggering.
I'd also like to thank everyone for making my hay fever far cooler than it actually is.
Yeah.
Wow, that's some sobs. Holy shit.
And
Jesus,
then we're just subbing out the butthole. This is incredible. But John,
we're on the sneeze train.
September, hey?
No, it is September.
Yep. All right, let's get that corn on. John, you were going to say something?
Nah, it's not trying to nitpick, but Blinky's flying around, and meanwhile you got how many people at the party with bright little stones flying around their head, and they didn't get their head scratched.
Didn't we establish though that they don't necessarily?
But our
whiz around
head
our
height is
all
not the
time?
troll's head height. Blinky was further up.
And also,
I can't
people have
remember what we
bits of jewelry in their hair and stuff like it.
Yeah. And I mean, he's like a metallic ball with wings flying around doing who knows what. And Timmy's a troll.
Maybe Timmy's just really attracted to balls.
I was this close to casting Hunter's Mark on Timmy as we're walking out just for the sake of it.
Someone in chat joked about that. Kid you not? I don't know who, but someone in chat joked about it.
I believe
I think it was Promethean.
It was
Typing himself in the chat.
Yeah. So the party as it stands makes its way back through the streets of Dalian's Rest, heading back towards the inn in which you were staying, which was the Bellows and Grain, which Tiernan is already there working away on Blinky. The night's still fairly young. Like it would probably only be like maybe sort of 7:30 in the evening. Because you guys had rolled in there sort of just after dark, just after the place had opened. So, what do you guys do?
B, your friend, who is one of many people who told us Drac, owner of Stupid Club, might be able to help us, which was incorrect. Also suggested new location, yes?
Yeah, the wilds.
What is Wilds? It sounds like something I would very much enjoy.
I don't know you, so I can't judge that. But I haven't been there really myself. I've heard of it. It's not really a place a lot of people go. I guess if that's what you're into, it attracts your type of crowd, whatever that may be. I don't know you.
What do you mean, our type of crowd?
Well, you just said that it sounds like something you'd be into. So similar-minded people that are also into that would likely be there.
I just mean names sound cool. Wilds is thing that
okay, so other people that think the name sounds cool would go. But also I like, you know, there's some fae there as well. Yeah.
Is it like the rat's nest in Harrow?
I don't know this. So
Rat's Nest in Harrow is where all of people who are exploited by people who have money seem to live and have miserable existence.
We were told not to go there, but it wasn't too bad.
Tiernan had all of his money stolen by a small child in that place. It was very funny, very sad also because.
Okay. Yeah. I was gonna say, you're laughing at your friend. But hey, I haven't been there, so I only know what people whisper about it. That could be a really wrong judgment. It could be super right. I guess the only way to find out would be to go or to ask more questions about it. Yeah, I'm trying not to actively die. And for that reason, I tend to stay away from places that are considered dangerous.
Why did your friend think it'd be a good idea for us to go there exactly?
I don't know. I can't get in her head.
If there another place we can go in this place that might help us help Miera, I'm happy to go.
I mean, I'm kind of at the mercy of following you all around at the moment or going home. And after that encounter with Esme, I probably don't want to go home for a little bit.
Esme was Nancy lady, yes?
Yes, thank you for that. Yeah.
She seemed fine. What is the problem with Esme?
She is a total bitch. An absolute bitch.
Like it.
She's totally taking advantage of my brother. Like, I don't know what it is about her. I don't trust her. There is something that she is hiding, and I don't like it. And she's like lured him in with this promise of like, I'm going to help you set up your little merchant business. You're going to be really successful because of me. And I don't believe her at all.
Why is she hanging out with other people in the tavern and not your brother?
Well, I don't know. He's probably working or at home. The rest of my family don't really go out much. They kind of stay in a bit.
Miera, people can hang out that aren't romantically involved. This is not a major thing.
No, but why would you leave someone that, you supposedly like at home when you go out to have a good time? Wouldn't you want them to come with you and have a good time?
It's not really Alex's thing. He's a little bit more of a homebody.
Was this older or younger brother of yours?
He's older.
How old are you?
That's rude. You can't just ask someone that.
Well, I need to assess his age. I don't need to. It's not important. You don't have to tell me anything if you don't want. That's fine.
I mean, okay, great. I'm not going to disclose my actual age because that feels like, I don't know, it feels like one of those taboo questions you're not supposed to answer.
Because it's difficult to look up on your character sheet or for different reasons?
Fuck off, Prometheus.
So you guys
you fucking hell.
God damn it, Promethean. So you guys arrive at the
2
balance.
weeks, 2 fourth wall breaks.
Yeah. You guys arrive back at the Bellows and Grain and sort of take a moment to catch your breath and work out what you're going to do. However, I believe, Rowan, you're heading up to see if you can find Tiernan.
Yeah. Peek behind the curtain, I've messaged Ham to say as much. So yeah, she's like not sped ahead of the group, but if they're going to be having a chat, like she's walking fairly swiftly because she assumes that that's where he's gone back to. And I would assume that we all know where each other's rooms are because
it would make sense. Yeah.
So she's going to come up and just like knock on the door. She'll do the knock on the door, wait a second, and open the door thing. The knock is more for like, there's someone coming, than,
announcing
an actual knock. Yeah.
Okay. So when the door swings open, what would she see,
The
Tiernan?
door's locked.
Ooh. Okay.
And by the way, he's
Just
busy,
cleaning
so-
it.
So with him fixing Blinky, there'll be a lot of flashes of blue light,
Mhm.
and that would probably be going would be appearing underneath the doorway.
That's fine. In which case she's gonna bang louder and then just say, "Don't make me break the door.
Bit busy.
I know that. Don't make me break the door." She knows he's hammered, so she's like, "No." Like,
And you hear
don't
this.
make me go full mum energy on Tiernan right now.
You hear this stomping on the floorboards. First off, the scratching of the pushing of the chair back, stomping of the feet, and then a click, and then you hear the stomping backwards. So he's unlocked the door, but he hasn't opened it.
No, that's fine. She will wait until the stomping stops and then come in the door.
And the light starts to recontinue. So you want me to describe what it looks like?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Tiernan is hunched over the desk. Blinky is in a couple of pieces strewn over the tabletop, and Tiernan has his hands inside, or on top of the carapace, and is currently have a variety of tools spread out. Each time he brings a tool towards where he's working, imminent flashes of bright blue light shoot out. It's like he's channeling the energy from his pistol. That's where he's pulling the energy from, and it flows up one side of his body, up through his arm, and out through his hands into the tools. He's got some goggles on to protect his eyes from it because it can get quite bright. But he doesn't turn his head.
That's fine. Ham, can I get a generic layout of the room? Like, is there a bed and a desk, or like, what's the room so that I can?
There'd be a bed, just a very simple single bed. There'd be a small table and chair, and then off to one side, there'd be like a large chest where people could just like store their clothes and stuff when they're staying here.
Cool. She's just gonna sit, like, plonk herself on the bed, and like avert her eyes from the flash because she doesn't want to get blinded by the light. She's not doesn't look expectant, but she's very much like on alert to have a conversation. I wanted to make sure you're okay. I know you're not okay, but
I'm great. And halfway through, he reaches over for the bottle. Again, he's drinking straight from the bottle on the table.
She will reach out, and once you put it back down, she will reach out and take it and move it to where she is.
Okay.
You're gonna do better working on him without liquid courage.
It's not liquid courage, Rowan. It's so I'm not going to act as I would really like to.
I stand by what I said. Your hands will be more stable to work on it without alcohol running through your system.
He just grunts.
She's gonna cap it and put it behind her.
I didn't. Can you fix him?
He's not beyond repair. But there is definite long-term damage. I'm still trying to work it all out. He was manhandled quite abruptly.
Will he be the same?
Remember, she's made friends with this tiny robot. Like,
Tiernan stops what he's doing and turns and faces you, and he goes, I honestly don't know. Blinky isn't just mine. I didn't create him from scratch. He's half my dad's. And he's one of the last things I have. We both worked on him.
Can
He's
I help?
mine, and he's my dad's.
Can I help?
The gesture is appreciated, Rowan, but he's very complex, and I'm actually not allowed to let you help, unfortunately.
Have you had food?
Nope.
she's gonna like nod and she'll stand up, take the bottle with her, and like walk over to the door and just look back and be like,
If I can help, I will, but I tried to stop you so that you had more help if you needed it, rather than swinging your name around.
and then she's like opened the door. She's closing it more in a way of being like, names aren't going to do you much down here. She's going to go and get or order food for him to send up to him. That's the next movement she's making.
Before you close the door, Tiernan will respond. I know, but sometimes I have to say what I have to say. Because for a long time I didn't, and people got hurt.
She's going to stick her head back through the door.
And sometimes if you and others say things, people get hurt. Sometimes it's a matter of working together, not by yourself.
She's going to shut the door and go downstairs.
Tiernan's just going to lean down into Blinky and just whisper to him and says, she means well. I just have to keep reminding myself that.
Make an Arcana roll for me, John.
18.
What was that?
18.
Okay, make a tinkering roll for me.
15.
15. When you lean in close, there's that small side panel that's still open. And there is a small spark of energy. Looks like it's coming from the small shard component buried deep within and Blinky himself. And you watch sort of as like a crackle of electricity sort of goes along one of the filaments inside Blinky itself. and sparks out briefly, almost as if it was. You get a sense it's almost like it's sparking at something, but you're kind of not sure what.
Can I trace it from where the origin, or is it from the actual shard chamber?
And actually, it's very obvious that it's from that shard. Yeah.
Okay.
But just like your head's still fuzzy from all the booze. This isn't something like you've seen the shard spark and stuff when you've been working on it, but this there almost was like an intent or something here, as if it was sparking towards something, but just like the haze of booze and emotion and everything. Yeah.
Even inebriated, I know better than to start tinkering with the more advanced stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm focusing on his movement joints and all that sort of stuff. The stuff I've stripped down 100 times before. It's almost like it's fixing it. It's almost like mechanical. So I'm focusing on those sort of augments that were damaged and just leaving the shard chamber alone.
Oh. Awesome.
To be on the safe side. Don't want to blow up half the town.
Well, I mean, Delgrim might want you to, but that's a different thing.
Not while we're in it.
Downstairs, while that is happening, what is the rest of the group doing? Again, reminding you that it's still fairly early evening, so there is plenty of time ahead of you.
Wow, everyone speak at once. I will look over at Miera at some point, I guess, as we're re-arriving. And I will say, speaking in other people's heads, is it often that you cause them like intense pain and suffering?
No, I don't. No one's ever complained about that before.
Okay.
Did something
Oh, yeah.
happen? What happened?
Basically, it felt like my head was going to explode. It was painful. I did not like it in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, you didn't happen to see anything specifically, did you? Like nothing like really, really big and dark?
Hey, can you remind me, did I see anything? I totally forget. I'm not gonna lie. It's left my brain completely.
I think you have snippets of something, but you honestly can't remember what.
Yeah,
like,
great.
It was like that dream that you have where it's just like you wake up and you know it was something bad, but you just can't remember what.
Yeah, okay, cool. So just like every dream I've ever had in my life. Okay, excellent. So I will say the details fuzzy. I couldn't exactly explain to you what was happening. It just like white hot pain is basically what I felt.
That's very strange. I honestly, I didn't mean for that to happen.
I don't think you did.
I've been having some issues with dreams and stuff lately. And my last dream actually, it made me really sick. And I still feel a bit kind of there from it. So, but I don't think I've ever transferred anything like that across to anyone before.
Is it mind magic related or is it completely unrelated?
Well, I don't really know. The stuff that I do in other people's minds has never really, I say I've never hurt people with it, but that's not true. I do have some stuff that I can do. But generally speaking, I don't. And certainly not like when I'm just sending like little messages to people. It's usually just to kind of like, hey, how you going type thing. And no one ever really has said anything before. Is Delgrim around?
Yes, the Delgrim's in that same post-calamity.
Can I just shoot a message to
conversation.
Delgrim, just like test? Test.
Cool.
Literally just test.
Yeah, testing.
Excellent.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Does this hurt?
Is there a incredible hot pain associated with entry into Delgrim's mind?
No, it's fine.
Oh,
Oh, Miera, I heard you in my mind just now. Fine.
so I wonder
Okay.
if it's.
Weird.
Are you particularly sensitive to people in your head?
Not that I'm aware of. I've been around a lot of mind magic in the past. Or not a lot, but I know how to do some stuff. And one of my best friends from another town is really good at it too. But I haven't experienced that before.
Well, I mean, I won't do it again, just in case, because I don't want to hurt
Maybe it
you
was
again.
just a Calamity Club thing. Who knows? It
Possible.
could have just been some interference. I mean, there was that weird figure that was kind of watching us all. Maybe that had something to do with it.
What weird figure watching us all?
Oh, yeah, I told Miera that. Not everyone
Yeah.
else.
Yeah, so there was someone like watching us with blue eyes, and I think they were wearing like a hooded robe and stuff like that.
But like scary blue eyes, like really blue.
Kind of like, I think kind of like maybe Atlas's eyes. You know, that type of blue.
Like you think it may be Atlas?
I didn't get to see him, so I don't know. But he did travel with the delirium, and Drax did say that some of them stick around, so maybe he was one of the people that did.
Do you remember anything Atlas has on their person? Not helpful to me unless I actually recollect it. TM, was there anything that Atlas had, a specific object on their person, that Delgrim would potentially remember from when they hung out in Harrow?
I don't believe so. Let me just very quickly double check.
He had the face tattoo, like the two teardrops.
Is a tattoo an object? It can be a magical
Yes.
item. I feel like it should be able
It's an
to be an
embedded
object as well.
Technically, it's
Yeah.
it's embedded ink. You could argue
I don't hate that, but
from a science perspective.
it's entirely our illustrious DM's call, even though as a player, he absolutely ruined my life not so long ago. With
Wow.
others.
Wow.
Wow.
Just saying, Yomi.
Show me
Wow.
show me on the doll where the DM hurt you. I mean,
Yeah.
fucking wow.
Here, in the heart,
Yeah.
heart.
That implies that Promethean's got one.
Yeah, problem is
Whoa.
that in that case, it was the
Oh.
doll that hurt you. Ugh.
Oh.
I'm so sorry. I did not have time.
There's another sneeze.
Wow.
Didn't
Wow.
go through.
These are things that trigger a sneeze from Emily. Anyway, there was nothing. No, there was nothing on him that you can remember that was particularly sort of notable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the comment around piercing blue eyes. Yeah, sure. He had very, very blue eyes, but beyond that, from a possession point of view, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, if it was Atlas, if he was watching us, perhaps he follow us to new location. Yes, I'll keep an eye open. If we find Atlas, I'll take him by throat and force him to tell us things we wish to know.
Can I ask a DM question? Is this a name that I have heard at all? Okay, cool. Good to know.
Okay.
Could I potentially use message to send a message to Atlas to see if he is around?
Message, no.
Hang on, sending?
Sending, yes.
Yes. Can I use sending?
Sure.
Okay. How many words?
Don't burn
25.
Don't burn
That's
through them
25.
with testing.
Right. Everyone do the count to 25 game.
Yeah.
We
Don't-
love this game. This is great.
Get your
Don't
fists
burn through
ready.
them with testing. Testing, is this thing on? Is this thing working? Hello.
Okay. Hey, Atlas. It's Miera. You ditched us in Harrow with the Delirium. Are you in Old Town? You can reply.
Got 6 more.
Mm.
You bastard.
Don't make us find you.
Make us find
Nice.
you.
Single
One
word
more?
left if you want to punctuate it a
Nice.
little bit.
Wow.
Bitch.
One,
There you go.
Wow.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Make an intimidation roll for me, please.
Hang on.
Miera.
Also, I'm just going to have to roll a new
Oh.
D10 for Miera real quick. Give me a second.
Roll with advantage, bro.
Yeah, agreed.
19?
Oh, fucking.
Excellent.
Okay, so for the audience at home, for those of you who don't know, sending is a spell that can send a message to anyone that a PC has met and is classified as knowing them well. The other thing sending is known as is a terrible spell for the DM to have to deal with, because you get people who can send sending to like anybody when the DM hasn't even necessarily thought about exactly what that person is doing or where they are or what's going on and all of that kind of stuff. All
Not
they do-
Atlas confirmed.
Or they
Exactly.
do know, but they haven't thought about the PC doing this stuff, and so sending really is one of those spells that the DM like really struggles with. So anyway,
But
Probably
being,
being
a
a
fan-
many times do
being,
you
a, being a
want?
fantastic DM,
Yes.
you'll be able to cover without anyone notice.
Yeah, of course.
absolutely,
Mhm.
absolutely. I've even got a script for what he says. No.
Also 25 words, yes?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we?
Miera, this is a surprise. I'm glad to hear you've made it to Dalian's Rest.
Yep. 10 more.
I hope to see you soon. Bex misses you.
You using that last word there, Hev?
Bitch! No, I'm kidding.
Okay, so Atlas did respond. He said that he's glad that I've made it to Dalian's Rest and that he hopes to see us soon. So
Steps out from the next room.
it's like, come down to the lobby, I'm dead here. So
Bobby.
I guess he is in Old Town, but he didn't say where.
Did he specific? Also, B, you may not be aware of, feel like a little out of context. Atlas is not friend, I guess, but acquaintance,
Friend of
Miro,
a friend.
of yours, yes?
Yeah, friend of a friend, I guess.
A wizard
I have those.
a wizard who travel with the Mystic Delirium, in fact.
Okay. Do you guys have like beef with the Mystic Delirium?
No, I don't.
Yes. They set fire to entire theater and
There was an accident in Harrow.
was not an
And
accident. Absolutely not
it
accident.
it was an unfortunate thing that happened, but
It was
we weren't part
unfortunate
of
because many innocent people died.
well, innocent, not according to
Here is what I saw. At conclusion of Mr. Delirium's show, Athelas created giant ball of fire, immediately set fire to theater. Many people die. Many people die as consequence of panic and dismay of fireball in theater. And then Mr. Delirium vanish mysteriously. And now there is war in Harrow. Now we have to run away so everybody not be killed.
special effects maybe got it out of control during the theater experience.
Okay.
Oh, we would like to fire the special effects team for sure.
Wow.
Okay.
Wait,
That's
sorry,
a
is
lot
Grumpfel
of-
there?
Yeah. I feel like there's just a lot of information that was just kind of thrown at me just there. Seems like you both have a difference in opinion.
I can make it very easy for you. Yes, there is difference in opinion. One opinion is right. That is mine. One opinion is wrong. That is Miera. I love Miera. I do not wish her to die from strange thing inside her head that is trying to kill her. But she's very, very wrong about Mystic Delirium and Athelas.
I just
So when
think
you
there's
say
more
it's
to the
trying to kill
story.
you, when it's trying to kill you, that like the thing in your head, how is it trying to kill you?
Well, it kind of, well, at the moment, bad dreams. Like I had a dream the other day, and then everyone just looked like they had no skin, and I had to borrow like Delgrim's eye wrap because I didn't want to look at people. And then like ages ago, like I woke up, well, I was screaming in my sleep, and then I was kind of like convulsing or something. And then the most recent time, it kind of, I don't know, it just sapped my energy or my health, or now I just feel like meh.
First time I became aware of it, I was inside Mira's dream, and I saw a strange creature wrapping around her and trying to get her. And I trying to get it, I trying to hurt this strange creature in her mind, and then it nearly killed us both. Immediately. Like this is very... It frustrates me that it's not something I can put my hands and blades on.
It got very angry when it found out Delgrim had seen it too, I think.
DM question. Having dealt with experimental magics, and seeing people do experimental magics, specifically, I didn't hear too much about mind magic, but is this something that I could have any form of an insight on happening from where I have originated from?
Interesting. Make an Arcana roll for me, please.
I can do that. Hey, I'm good at that. That's a thing I'm good at.
That. Yeah.
For the first time in any campaign ever, I'm good at that.
I'm good at a thing.
Yep. What's your roll of 1 now?
No, that is actually really fucking good. That's a 24.
Oh, whoa. Okay. All right. Okay. You haven't seen anything like that. But you have definitely read books that reference it and reference elements of the risks that are involved with manipulating the arcane, where sometimes it can essentially basically rip through the very fabric of the universe.
You don't say.
It can influence things such as the void. And your mentor would have probably had some conversations with you about that and the risks, and it would have they would have delved very deeply into that area when it comes to certain elements of which I will send you a message about.
Okay.
How
Great.
dare you? But okay. Unkind.
I guess then it would almost be like a tune out and like listening, but like blank faced moment while processing what's the conversation happening around me. Cool. You should probably fix the thing in your head, I would say.
This is why we must find the people who came here from Narithil. So if there is
I understand
chance
the urgency.
that we learn something about them in the wilds, let us go to wilds. We go there, we find what we find.
So just very quickly, while this conversation's going on, you guys would see Rowan come down the stairs, head over to the bar.
She's going to the bar.
Yep,
Going to the bar. She's ordering like the equivalent in this world of like fries, something starchy that's not too like messy, so it's not like nachos or whatever, so that he can eat whilst fixing. Think streamer food is what I'm saying.
Tiernan's up there with this big thing of Cheetos.
Like more like popcorn.
Popcorn, yeah, true.
Can't get Cheeto fingers on Blinky. No. So yeah, she'd order that and she's waiting for that to be ready. So she'll run it upstairs and then come back down and join you. So up to you whether you engage with her now or when she's back.
Yeah, so the barkeep would probably say, look, it's going to take 10, 15 minutes, so you can partake in sort of the conversation while that's all going on.
Okay, thank you. And she'll go and she'll just like, she's not going to sit down, she'll lean on the back of someone's chair.
Yep, cool.
Which is shoulder height for her.
Yeah.
Chair.
Okay. So was there anything else that the group is wanting to discuss or talk about? That resounding silence would be a no. So 10, 15 minutes later, Rowan, the food is ready, which you're then able to take up to Tiernan as you wish.
Yep. So she'll just take it up, put it where, like slide in the door, put it where the bottle was when she took it from him. And there's probably also a big glass of water, a big flagon of water that goes down there as well. And then she's not engaging with him unless he's choosing to engage with her. This is her way of helping, given he said that she can't help. This is her helping.
Thank you, Rowan. I'll say as you're leaving.
It's okay. As I said, if there's anything I can do to help.
Does he look any better, worse, same? Ham?
No.
I mean Blinky specifically, but also Tiernan.
I'm not important.
Yeah. Tiernan's lying bleeding
Blinky,
in the corner,
but also Tiernan.
He's starting to look a bit better. You can see Tiernan's made some fairly sort of solid progress as he's working away on him. Yeah.
Okay. She's like, then in which case she'll as like she goes, she sort of says this is her way of helping. She just sort of waits for a second to check that you don't need her to do anything before she goes back downstairs.
Nah, Tiernan doesn't. It barely looks up. He's focused.
Cool. Okay. So with Tiernan working away in the evening, is there anything else that you guys are wanting to do this night, or are you basically just going to have a quiet one for the rest of it and then approach the following day with a plan?
Well, we're going the wilds, aren't we?
You'd totally go to the wilds.
Yeah, Delgrim is 100% down to take the advice to go to the wilds.
Okay.
And I think it made that clear earlier. If it wasn't, I'm so sorry, but that was the intention.
Yeah.
I think following our discussion about mind magic and realizing the severity of it, I would likely also agree to go to the wilds.
100%. I am going.
Yep.
We'll
Tiernan,
follow the group.
you could get Blinky to a state where he can function as you need him to. Think of it like I don't know, C3PO when he had bits of him kind of missing, but he could still be a dickhead kind of thing.
Oh, you're making me really think hard. Star Wars is not my strong suit, mate.
Okay, all right. Bad.
But it's all right. It's
Now
all right.
my head's on backwards.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. So Tiernan, you would have the opportunity to eat some food, probably sober up a little bit if that was his intent.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's
before-
got no more booze on it
Yeah,
on hand, so
Yeah,
no
yeah,
choice.
It's been confiscated. Yep.
It's been confiscated.
So with that, the group, so it would probably be about another hour. By the time you've had your conversations, you've eaten food, you kind of got yourself sorted out before you head off again.
Yeah, Tiernan would acknowledge the fact that there are important things going on.
Yep.
But Blinky will not be leaving his shoulder.
Yep. Totally cool.
Rowan, before they go to bed, I assume that's what's happening is we are all going to bed and doing the wilds tomorrow.
Absolutely not. The Wilds is happening tonight.
Yeah, I thought the wilds were happening tonight.
The night was
Okay.
young. The Wilds is happening tonight.
Okay.
Well, in that case, Grumpfel's going to go up and knock on Tiernan's door.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say that needed to be very much clear.
Yeah. No, that's cool. Okay, so Grumpfel's going up to check on Tiernan. Yep.
Enter.
Whoa.
Speak, friend.
That's it. May I? Are you looking for solace or a conversation, Tiernan?
Not really, Grumpfel.
Oh, excellent! And Grumpfel pushes the door open and wanders in.
You said not really to two very completely different things.
Yes.
How did you expect that to be interpreted?
Hello, have you met Grumpfel? I'm sorry, but
Tiernan just turns and looks at you with this look of absolute disbelief, Grumpfel. And just
And I'm very
question
happy to
of
see
why
you,
on his face.
How I know nothing of what makes him work, but how is Blinky?
He's getting better. I've almost got him to a point of that I'm satisfied with. But there are inherent changes
Mm-hmm.
that I can't really fix at this point.
Mm-hmm. Is Tiernan sitting on the bed, sitting at the table, sitting on the
Oh no,
ground?
he hasn't left the table. No.
He's at the table.
Yeah, he's literally just
Okay.
turned his head to talk
Yep.
and then turns back to
Nice.
continue what he's doing.
Grumpfel will wander over a little bit closer, but keep distance because he does have sort of an idea that the workings of Tiernan's pistol and Blinky is. He gets the feeling that it's kind of a shardfolk thing and doesn't want to nosy. Not looking for long conversation because I sense that you are urgently attending to Blinky. How is Tiernan?
Would be better, but I'll be all right.
Is there anything in my repertoire that I may help you with? I did notice, and it is uncommon, that you were enjoying some refreshment before tonight's activities came to a crashing crescendo. There is some things in my repertoire that I may be able to alleviate and help with clearer thought if it is required and welcomed. I would not be wanting to fix something that was near and dear to myself with a clouded mind and a clouded vision and run the risk of not being able to recover that which was such a precious thing before and have it continue to be so. May I?
It is appreciated, Grumpfel. But I'm all right. I'm only a little bit annoyed in the sense that every time I seem to let my guard down, this place down here reminds me that I shouldn't.
I can understand that. I know of where you're from. It's sort of on high. Where I come from is down low, and the folk there which between are a strange bunch no matter where they come from, and I find myself astounded sometimes. I find myself baffled sometimes, but sometimes I find someone kindred, and I'm only too glad to shoulder responsibility and help. And it is being offered. If it's not required, no offense will be taken, but know that no matter what disagreements we have and unfortunate things happen, I feel that we are all here for each other, and sometimes offering help is good, and also asking for help is good. Now, I'm tired. I can see you have work ahead of you. You are not in a house of Kamateon. This is not a sermon. I'll leave you. I'll make my leave. Have a good evening, and I'll see you later.
Tiernan's just gonna acknowledge you with a nod and keep going.
And Grumpfel will sort of turn and quietly close the door behind him.
Always helps if I unmute myself. Grumpfel, you make your way downstairs and you see the rest of the group getting ready to head out again. Getting their bits and pieces sorted, getting their gear stashed and stuff like that.
A little late in the evening for trick-or-treating, isn't it?
It is in fact only mid-evening, Grumpfel. What are you talking about? It is still very early. We are going to go to the wilds where Bee's friend tells us we might.
Was that the place across the road from the Calamity Club? Because I think we're all partied out this evening.
I am not, in fact, partied out, no.
What is the wilds again? Sorry.
Apparently, it's a place that people like us like to go.
It's a place where we might find more information about the location of people we are looking for, which, if in case you have forgotten, Grumpfel, will help us stop Miera's brain from exploding.
Oh, that hasn't escaped me. Just all the frenzied activity for this evening has just temporarily halted that thought for myself.
Is your friend Teirnan? Is it okay?
Tiernan, I believe he's up working on repairing his little mechanical device, Blinky. A joyous
Sorry,
thing.
it's just there was so many names that were thrown out.
That's all right. It's a lot of. We only have to. All of us need to learn one name. Your name. You have to learn all of our names. So some confusion is inevitable. But no, that little mechanical device, though, looks lifeless, is indeed quite a bundle of energy and a mind and a spirit of its own, and I would love to see it return to its former self.
So will Tiernan be joining us then?
I think he might be just staying to work on Blinky.
Should we tell him that we're going?
I wasn't aware that we were heading out, but I can go back up and let him know for sure.
Rowan will go. If you sort of indicate that you haven't told him, she'll duck upstairs because she's.
And I think Delgrim's going to follow then. Yeah.
Okay. So the two of you then head up to Tiernan's room, which apparently has just got like a revolving door at this point in time.
I mean, Rowan, this is Rowan's trip number 3. She's taken up another glass of water with her as half an excuse, but not really.
Delgrim, though, will have a little bit more respect with Tiernan's door and will very gently tell take hold of the doorknob and open it, crossing that threshold.
Excellent. So, yeah, John, you're on mute.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah.
Sorry. The plate of food is all eaten, as is all the previous water. He's basically guzzled it.
She swaps the glass out and takes both to take the glasses.
When you come in, Tiernan's actually got Blinky currently sitting on his shoulder, and he's just doing a couple of minor adjustments to his shoulder pad where Blinky commonly rests. Blinky looks a little bit... He's got a few more dents in him, and a couple of his edges or his panels in his carapace aren't as tight-fitting as they previously were. But he's still Blinky, looking around the room.
Dang it, Emily! You've triggered me into seizing down.
Yes.
No counter for me,
Yes.
though.
There you go.
Let's
just make it a generic sneeze count.
Yeah.
Generic
Whoops.
sneeze count. Let's go.
Yeah.
One just for Emily, one for the rest of us.
So Blinky is looking like Blonky right now. She is just gonna plonk down on the bed and go, everyone's heading out to go to the wilds. Do you...
Is another place where we might find information that help Miera.
Well, we're here for Miera, so let's get on it to it and get out of this place as quick as we can.
Is Blinky still in pieces, or have you fixed?
It'll be ongoing, Delgrim. It'll be ongoing, but
if at any time you want to go back to that place, set it on fire, kill Troll, I will help if required.
It just gives you this odd, malicious grin.
Whilst the DM goes and looks up Delgrim's alignment on his character sheet again. Oh, I'm kidding.
Monster Hunter.
It's appreciated.
Troll's,
Delgrim.
sorry, but Troll's a monster. It's gonna fit. It'll be fine.
No, it's beautiful.
We'll figure it out.
I love every single minute of it.
I hear
amazing.
fire works wonders, Delgrim.
Yeah, Lord.
Rowan is sitting
But not
there
today.
on the
Not
bed,
today.
cross-legged, looking at you both like you're insane.
Honor of Club was not as helpful as we had been led to believe. It is old total guy who knew nothing. Everyone tell us. Ask Drock.
Seriously, after all of that, he wasn't even helpful.
Not even tiniest little bit. I got so angry, I make some kind of magic that forced him to tell truth, and nothing at all about three that we're trying to find from Nar Ithal.
Rowan stands up at that and just says, right, well, if either of the two of you are gonna, plot for there to be another place we can't go back to? And that our new friend can't come home to? Or are we going to the wilds?
We're going to wilds. I'm going to calm myself. I'm going to very specifically try and be chill and calm and relax. Tiernan, I feel like you and I deserve good, relaxing, nice time. After a 2-night situation, both of us seem to be tense and nervous, and we need a chance to just have a little calm down.
Rowan is wishing she had calm emotions
to
at
hold
this
off
point, by the way.
the drink at the moment, Delgrim.
No, not helpful. I do not recommend either of us have too many other drink. Main important thing about going to this new place is to see if anyone there has heard of 3 people who come here from Nar Ithal. To see if anyone here has heard of strange fucking things that messing with Miera's mind. Yes?
Yes, we're here for Miera.
And then we leave.
Let's get this done.
Agreed. Rowan, agreed?
I agree, but perhaps make sure that someone else does the talking until you both have come out of...
And she does the hand movement of like whatever this is.
Look,
Miera
maybe
is a
not
good
such
talker.
a bad idea.
Miera's a good talker. Maybe we should let her do it sometimes.
Miera also clearly not have any sense of self-preservation. Miera
Then I'll
is...
do it.
Yes, absolutely, Rowan.
Good idea.
Correct.
We'll follow your lead, Rowan.
Okay.
Not necessarily follow lead,
Lead,
but
no.
absolutely let you
Let's talk.
have the conversation in situation where conversation
Wait,
needs to be had.
we're going to let the charismatic warlock do the talking.
Oh, actually, at this point, Tiernan is literally going to go, that's a good point, and pick up Rowan. You should speak to this one. Oh, wait.
Can you
I'm
not pick up Rowan without asking first, Tiernan? This is second time I have seen you do this without you asking if that's okay. Come on.
She
It was
I assume you put her
rhetorical.
down. I assume you put her down.
No, it was rhetorical.
Uh-huh.
A rhetorical lifting of the halfling.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So with that, you guys head downstairs, get the rest of the group, and you have a fairly decent idea of where the wilds are. It is in the part of the town known as River Run, which is, funnily enough, down on the banks of the King's River, which cuts through the center of Dalian's Rest. You make your way through the streets. Again, it is much later now. There are far less people out and about here in this part of the town. It takes you a while before you come around a corner and you can see up ahead a fairly small looking inn. The first thing that springs out to you, though, is that the windows and the slightly ajar door, there is a faint, deep blue, almost purple light emanating from it. Almost the color of twilight, one would say. And as you get closer, you can hear the soft sound of music, harps from the sounds of things coming from inside.
If it's cool, if at any point in time do we approach within 120 feet of my home?
You look. I mean, you're the one who's actually leading them. So if you want
You're
to,
leading the way. Take us 120
Oh
feet.
yeah, cool. Then I'm
120 feet.
taking us just within the boundary of 120 feet. I'm gonna cast a message, send it to my brother Alec, and be like, "Hey, maybe don't let Esme stay over tonight. She might be mad. Anyway, love you. Bye." And like keep
and the
going.
reply that you get, like as you head off, and like just as you go out
What
of that
did you do?
120 feet range, is like, B, what have you?
You do.
So you stand on the threshold of the doorway into the wilds.
You missed the perfect point to say she was dancing with someone.
Could have, but I don't hate him enough for that.
Nah, could have, but we'll use it later. That's a
Yeah.
So, what are you guys doing? Heading on it?
Before
Well, you
we
guys
go
wanted to
in-
come here, so you guys can do whatever you want.
Okay.
Before we go in, Miera is going to pull out one of the potions of fortified psyche.
Yep.
And we'll use it.
Perfect. Okay. Once again, there is the unpleasant taste of it, but you feel your mind strengthened and that power flow through you as once again your abilities are enhanced. You've had, how many of these potions have you drunk?
Just one before this one.
Yeah, this would be the second.
This is the second one.
So what's this place again? Why are we here?
So just before that, Miera, as you finish the potion and you feel that sudden sort of flush of power through you, you, for the briefest of moments, hear or think you hear a whisper, but you cannot understand the words. But it's like when you hear someone talking and they're just that little bit too far away to understand what they're saying, and it's only for the briefest of moments.
Is there anyone standing behind me?
Nope.
Should just kind of look around and really try and think about like the whisper and see if she can kind of mull it over in her mind and see if she can work it out. Just keep going. She won't say anything.
Okay. Tiernan, sorry, back to you.
Yeah. Why are we at this place again?
Why were we at the wells? Well, we were told to come here potentially to see if maybe Zarina or Reza or Yushan were here. And then maybe maybe also someone from the Delirium potentially could be like hanging out here.
Really? Those guys again?
So just to clarify, remember Celis told you that this was a place that Aloysius was known to go to on a fairly regular basis.
Are you communicating that to Tiernan, Miera?
I won't specifically name names because I know you also have issues.
Yeah, but what about his problems
with him?
Aloysius?
Issues with
Not
not just issues.
Yeah.
We're not ready for the intervention just yet.
Okay.
Okay, so you guys head on in. The interior of this inn is bathed in what seems like to be basically twilight. You can see on the small collection of tables around this room that there are a number of small lanterns, all burning with that same sort of dark blue purple light, which is what's filling the interior here. There is an almost ethereal music floating through the air. You can see down one end of the room there is a small bar, and behind the bar you can see their small wings beating slowly. What appears to be a fairy just floating above the bar. Shaved sides of their heads and long bright red hair that falls down past their feet. And it's a long braid in which there's a number of binds attached. And they've got large gossamer wings. And they're wearing an elegant suit with long tails of dark blue. Down the other end of the bar, you can see what appears to be a female satyr. Absolutely stunning. Long blonde hair falling in waves down their back. Number of binds glistening, almost like stars scattered through their hair. Big blue eyes, and is wearing a very revealing outfit. Low-cut blouse, long dress with slits that sort of go all the way up. Very, very revealing, very seductive. There's not a large number of inhabitants in the bar at the moment. However, you do notice at one table 3 individuals. And they all sort of stick out because all 3 of them are wearing masks. One of them appears to be an elf, slender, wearing a very stylized mask of a satyr, and it's bejeweled and beautifully crafted. They're also wearing quite revealing clothing, kind of similar to the satyr that was behind the bar. The next individual there appears to be a half-elf with almost white blonde hair that falls to their collar, They're wearing an ornate masquerade mask that looks like a stylized pixie face. Super high cheekbones, large eyes, extremely pointed, pale with glittering jewels along the edge of it. They're also dressed exceptionally well. Fine clothes, white and creamed colored, blouse and jacket, bejeweled brooch, number of rings on their fingers, and you can see a beautiful cane on the just resting on the table beside them with the head of a laughing jester. The third individual you can see there is a dwarf. Barrel-chested, thick, deep brown hair and beard. He's wearing a stunning black mask with the stylized features of what appears to be some kind of dog. He's wearing a very fine tunic and jacket, elaborate gold threading and embroidery. All of them you can see have got drinks in front of them. In one corner of this room as well, you can see there's deep shadows, but it appears as if there is a table kind of buried in the shadows in there, but it's very difficult to actually see what it is. As you guys come in, the small fairy notices you all, goes, "Huh, welcome to the wilds. Come on in, pull up a chair, have a drink."
No drink for me, thanks. But do you have water?
Water? Yes, we can certainly get you some water. That's not a problem. What about the rest of you fine people? Can I get you anything at all? We have an exceptional selection of beverages here at the Wilds that you're all more than welcome to sample.
Have you got anything sweet?
In regards to beverages? Absolutely, we've got something nice and sweet. Please, miss, the rest of you, please come, have a seat. And you can see that there are a number of, basically bar stools at the bar.
I will climb up onto the bar stool.
Cool. The small fairy goes, let me introduce myself. My name's Whisper Whistle Thimblethorn, although most people just call me Wispy.
Is that because of how many times you pronounce the name Whisple as part of your name?
It's quite the choice when my parents came to name me, and I must admit there's been times where I really very much regret it. But in saying that, it's also an interesting name to try and say when you're absolutely smashed out of your brains. But look, in regards to beverages, they reach under the bar, or sort of actually almost sort of float down and come up with this little bottle. And they go, "This here's what I like to call Twilight's Caress. It's a nice, light, fruity ale, just a little hint of spice in it. I think for an adorable little halfling like yourself, it might just be exactly what you're after."
That sounds lovely, thank you.
That's excellent. So for a small glass of this, it'll be 5 silver pieces.
Okay.
So they begin to pour out this beverage. And what about the rest of you? I can get a nice little cold carafe of water for the gentleman down there who's not interested in partaking in any alcohol tonight. How about the rest of you, though?
I would like also to try this. I would like my friends to try this, and we'll provide the appropriate.
I want Delgrim. I don't.
It's
a no thing for.
Yeah. Except for Rowan, who does not wish to have any. That is fine. But I will have her portion of my round of shouting of this.
Sure. I mean, look, we have a selection of beverages here. I mean, it's like I'm not trying.
Do you like a tasting paddle?
Certainly. I mean, I'm more than happy to set up.
That is such a good idea. Why is this not a thing I have thought of before?
I like the way you think, lass. Let's see what we can get sorted out for you. And she goes, Timble, dear, can you please come down here and help me get some of these drinks organized? and the satyr sachets her way down and produces from under the bar a number of very, very small, almost like port-style glasses. And
So Rowan-sized glasses.
Rowan-sized glasses, and begins to line them up in front of everybody.
Excellent. Wispy, if you want to also pour yourself one of each of these, because I have many questions and I feel like maybe it will lubricate your ability to answer those questions. You feel?
Well, Mr. Dwarf, I certainly do enjoy getting lubricated every now and then, so I'll definitely partake with you.
Tiernan's just
an
going to
even
grab
smaller-
his cold drink of water and
Gets
go
an even-
Everyone roll a
literally
D10.
lean up against the wall and just eye off the entire room.
Gets another small glass out for themselves. So Wispy begins, okay, so here, and she produces a bottle. This is called the Nymph's Kiss. It's a nice, delicate, sweet red wine. The next one, and she produces another bottle which is filled with a white liquid. And she goes, this is the Summer Sun, a strong white port that I think people really enjoy. The next one, she goes, this here is the Night's Revelry. It's a very dark and oaky brandy. A favorite amongst some of the other patrons that come along here. And lastly, this one here, and it's a very elegant glass bottle, is called Lost Memories. It's a white wine. It's more dry, if that's the kind of thing that you're into. It's a nice sort of lingering aftertaste to it. Wispy and Tim will begin to make sort of a show of pouring all of these like little sort of samples for everybody.
Can Rowan vibe check this whole deal? Because like her rockin' pocket is tingling, if that makes sense.
Right.
Like her brain's like, seems very sus. We seem very underdressed, and they seem very keen to have us here.
We're underdressed? When did that happen?
Compared to everyone else that we have seen in the vicinity, we are underdressed.
Make an insight check.
Whilst that is happening, Delgrim will ask, can I also get Wispy, get me two very small glasses? It's a little special gift from me to you.
18.
Oh, I'm very intrigued, sir. By the way, what's everybody's name? I feel that for partaking in a number of drinks like this in such a friendly fashion, we should know who each other is.
18, Ham?
18.
On a vibe check on the fairy trying to get everyone's names.
Look, it is...
Very not Fae.
There is...
Fairy appearance.
It is someone who is very flamboyant and very enthusiastic about what they do. You don't pick up on any undertones or currents of anything strange. There doesn't seem to be like, oh no, please drink this one. No, this one. It's very like, here's everything, sample it all, absolutely knock yourself out. This is an experience. This is a journey.
Okay.
Wispy produces two small glasses and puts them beside you. So I'm sorry, sir, what was your name again?
You can call me Delgrim, and in what I'm offering you right now is a small taste of something from not actually my home. It did not taste quite like my folk make it at home, but and Delgrim will take like a small flask that he acquired at Harrowfell of the clot spit spider milk wine and just pour out a couple of little shots of that. Place one in front of Wispy, in front of himself. Hold it up. A gift from me to you.
Wispy floats down and picks up the cup and looks at it and goes, well, this is certainly unlike anything that I've ever seen before. I'm quite intrigued. Here's to you, Delgrim. And
before you drink it, just in case you
yes.
don't like it, what's like the cost for all of this?
All right, look, for just little samples, because I think we're going to be good friends, it's be 1 gold piece from each of you for a small sample of all of these beverages.
I mean, for all of you just being really welcoming and letting me tag along, I'm happy to pay for this round.
That feel unacceptable. This is your home. I feel like we are visitors here. We need to pay.
I don't live like in this establishment.
I feel like I am aware of that. Yes.
I'm also not like I live
Rowan's
here, but I'm
gonna
not
elbow
from here.
Delgrim in the ribs of a like. Well, I guess the hip.
Delgrim is so
Like-
loaded at this point
Yeah.
compared to how historically well off financially he is. He is so loaded. He's just looking for any excuse to spend money. And this elbow is like getting his attention, yes.
So
Yeah, the elbow is a like politeness dictates elbow, not a based on the
Okay.
conversation we had before. It's like
It bees round, then yes, good.
you do
Great.
that, and Timble, the satyr, who's been sort of quiet, standing there watching, says to you, "Be well. It's a very sweet, very generous thing for you to do, my dear." And she just holds out her one hand to take the money from you.
Yeah, which I will produce.
As she takes it from you, there is just the slightest sort of lingering of touch as she takes the coins out of your hand. Just the slightest lingering eye contact before she takes it and turns and makes her way down to the other end of the bar. Wispy goes, "All right, I think I've got my drink thanks to this lovely Delgrim individual. Maybe we all have a toast to what will hopefully be an enjoyable and eventful evening." She holds up the little glass.
It toasts.
Here's to walking on the wild side.
Oh, Mr. Svirfneblin, I do like that. I do like that indeed. And with that, she just shoots the whole drink that you produced for her, Delgrim.
So that would have been the Klotz bit, specifically the wine-ish version of Spider Milk.
She's like,
It's the fancy one.
That is most interesting and something that I have never experienced before, sir. I'm not sure if it's something I'd indulge in a regular basis, but life is all about new experiences. And for that, Mr. Delgrim, I thank you.
You are most welcome.
So, what brings you all to the wilds tonight? Is it just to come here and sample some of the best beverages that have come from the far eastern side of this continent? Or do you have other purposes for being here?
We were told this was a nice place by someone we know. So we thought we'd best drop by whilst in town.
Interesting.
Also, absolutely other purposes.
Well,
big deep breath in from Rowan of like, I'm going to kick his ass.
So, sorry, miss, I missed your name.
My name doesn't matter. I'm no one.
Well, no one. I would like to say that I'm quite surprised that people have been saying this is a nice place, because it's not always called a nice place. It's always been called an interesting place, which I quite like personally.
I may not be directly quoting what they said, but they said it was a place you had to see.
Well, no one. It's very interesting to hear. Now, and she turns to Tiernan as he's supping on his water. You, sir, I don't recognize someone of your kin. What was your name, sorry?
Say it.
I've
He
had a
always says
very
his whole
bad
name.
night, And
He always says it's not there.
what happened?
No, you're all good.
Okay. I thought
So,
something
sir,
happened.
what was your name? Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, fuck. What have I done?
Thank you, Chad.
Oh,
It's
I
obvious
wasn't
that
around for that.
you've had a long day. It's very obvious.
I'm here. I'm here against my will, but I'm here.
Okay. So is that your name against your will, or do you have it like no one over here, or do you actually have a proper name?
Just call me T. It's fine.
Okay then, T. Interesting. And she floats down to look at Miera, and she goes, "So, lass, what's your name?"
I'm Miera.
Miera, someone who's got a proper name. Miera, it is an absolute joy to meet you. I hope you have a lovely night here tonight. Was there a reason that you're here in particular?
Yes, I believe. Well, I have a friend.
Right, you have a friend. Okay.
I got lots of friends, but I'm looking for a particular friend.
Right.
And we were told that potentially they hang out here sometimes. You might know them. They're with
Interesting.
the Mystic Delirium.
I'm well aware of the Mystic Delirium. Which friend is it of yours that's said to frequent my little establishment?
Well, I'm friends with most of the Mystic Delirium, but I'm particularly looking for Aloysius.
Seriously, we're here for Aloysius?
Shut up.
We're
Tiernan?
also looking for Zarina, and
yes.
Delgrim will list the names of the other two people from the group from Harrowfell that he
Reza
absolutely
and
Ushan and
remembers.
Ashad?
As she will just kind of mutter and murmur as you all kind of try and
We're giving you
combine
all
the
the
names.
names, lady.
But
Definitely
yeah,
not.
Wispy goes, "Oh, well, Zarina and Rezagarst and Yushan are names I'm not super familiar with, although I believe Yushan is a name I may have heard before. But Aloysius, he is a fine man who I know very, very well."
Can
He
I
is
roll an
audibly
insight
rolling his
on?
eyes.
Yeah.
Can I roll an insight on whether that's a
Can I-
good or a bad thing?
Yeah, can I'm in the same boat as Grumpfel, I think, on the sus meter.
Okay, roll your dice.
I'm not going to roll an insight, but Delgrim will just crush the shot glass that's in his hand.
Okay.
Just
All right, Grumpfel, what did you roll for your
11.
insight?
16 plus 7 is 23.
Holy shitballs. What about Rowan?
11.
11. Not quite so holy shitballs.
She's further down the end. It's fine. It's further away. She's not so solid.
This is someone talking about a friend with great passion.
So it wasn't sarcasm, it was sincere.
Seemed very, very sincere. So now, Miera, you said that you're friends with Aloysius.
Yeah, that's right. So we spent many a night hanging out in Harrow. And actually my best friend from where I'm from was traveling with him and the Delirium for quite some time. So we had some discussions, and there was just some information that I needed to kind of get from him, but also stuff that I wanted to talk to him about. And we've kind of been playing a bit of catch up. So we kind of parted ways in Harrow, and they went on ahead, and we've had a few other things that we've needed to do in between, but now we're trying to catch up with them. So we're hoping that if he might still be here, or if he might know where he moved on to.
Interesting. What was your friend's name?
Bex.
Bex. Bex. She's a lovely little halfling like you, isn't she?
Mhm.
Yes. Aloysius brought Bex here was probably probably about a week ago, I think.
Oh,
Introduced her to myself and the rest of the people who work here. She was absolute delight. And if she is your best friend, I'm sure you're an absolute. I know what I said.
I'm glad you recognized that.
The facial expressions, and absolutely, I'm going to roll with it.
we're very good friends, yes.
She is very good friends.
Truly such good
She
friends.
was delightful. Absolute laugh. She was a very big fan of the Knights' Revelry. I must admit, she probably slightly overindulged even. But she seemed to be very close with Aloysius. But that was about a week ago now.
Did they mention where they might be heading to?
All I know from Aloysius was that he said that him and some of the Delirium were going to be heading east. But I don't really know much beyond that. But I might know someone who does.
Do they have a name?
In that dark corner that you guys saw before, Grumpfel, with your highest passive perception, you notice there is a slight flicker, and suddenly the table that was in that corner is illuminated by a number of candles on it. The candles are directly on the table itself. The wax has run and dripped over it until it's like flowing over the sides. You can see in the center of the table there is a large crystal ball. And in the corner, somewhat still hidden by shadows, there appears to be a form. And Wispy goes, Norelia likes to make a bit of a show about appearing out of nowhere, but if you're after more information about Aloysius and where his whereabouts might be, or even if you have other questions, she might be able to help you out.
Okay. Is it okay if I just go over there and start asking questions, or is there like rules?
Absolutely. In fact, I would suggest that all of you go over there and maybe have a little bit of a conversation. Norelia is a wealth of information, and it sounds like all of you might be looking for all kinds of things.
Okay. Thank you very much for your help.
You're more than welcome, and you're welcome to participate in any more drinking that you wish to do here as well. We have rooms for rent if you overindulge, and the rent is pretty cheap. We like to look after our friends and make sure people don't get themselves into trouble out on the streets of Dalian's Rest late at night.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. We do already have rooms, but what just so we know for now, like later, what sort of are we talking mates rates on the rooms? Because
look, if you indulge in a few more drinks here with myself and my friends, then let's just say the rooms will be on the house. Like I said, I wouldn't want you to have to stroll through the streets, having indulged in far too many of our favorite little beverages and get yourselves in trouble.
does that happen often? People getting into trouble on the streets? It's like, is it dangerous around here?
Oh no, around here it's comparatively safe, but still, any street late at night when someone's brain's been addled by far too much alcohol, you want to make sure that people are safe. And for me, it is the responsibility as the patron of this establishment to make sure that you're all safe and well looked after.
Okay. Thank you.
You're more than welcome, Miera. But I just have a couple more quick things because there are two of you here that I haven't actually said or got the names of. And she turns to you, Grumpfel. Mr. Gnome, sitting there very quietly, but I can tell that those lines on your face, the grey in your beard, speak of years and years of wisdom. What's your good name, sir?
Oh,
I thought we'd actually lost Heath for a minute there.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that it lagged out. I thought Ham was building for with a dramatic pause, and I'm like, no, it's actually frozen. So I there was something about lines and grey, and then
you have been asked for your name.
It really lagged out.
You've asked for your name.
Yeah. Name. Give me your name.
My name? My name is my own, and it is mine to offer. What was yours again?
Everyone just calls me Whispy.
But at the start, you did introduce yourself.
Whistle Thimblethorn is my name. I
Very
gave mine.
interesting.
Polite if you give yours.
Indeed. And my name is Grumpfel, and I am pleased to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you too, Grumpfel. Now, there's just one more, and I can see her just lurking quietly over to the side. Miss! And she gestures towards you, B. What's your name?
Oh, sorry, I thought I'd given it already. It's Beatrix. It's Beatrix Everly. You can just call me B. That works.
B. It's a delightful name. I've got a funny feeling I may have seen you around on the streets of Dalian's Rest before.
Maybe.
Either way, B. Beatrix Everly. It's a
Just
pleasure
B.
to meet you. B. Excellent. Well, we all know each other now. From the No Ones to the T's to the Beverleys. I'll now leave you.
Hang on. Did Rowan?
No one. My name is not important.
Yeah, okay.
I'm no one.
No, now that you mention it, I remember. I was like, hang on, Rowan hasn't given.
My name is not important.
It's fine.
Hence why she said no one.
Mm.
I believe if you go and have your conversation with Norelia, and then I can make sure that when you come back, there's plenty more for you to drink. And also I can provide food as well.
Well, we'll certainly go speak with this Norelia of which you speak. It seemed like we could potentially learn many things.
Rowan has muttered when the conversation about how she just likes to appear and have dramatic entrance has just been muttering under her breath about how popping out of nowhere is actually not that big a deal. Like, it's
judgment.
It's
fine.
Yeah.
Delgrim will head over to where this person has been indicated to be then.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll wait for Miera, I guess, to kind of like walk in the same line and do whatever you want, like before/after this. But at some point, Delgrim will absolutely lean over to Miera and say, absolutely do not trust anything that is said or done in this place. Nothing here is to be believed. Nothing here is to be trusted.
Okay then, but they seem to know. They said some nice things about Bex, and I know that's true.
As I said, nothing here is to be believed. Nothing here is to be trusted.
Okay. I will definitely keep that in mind.
You all head over to this corner, and as you get closer, you can see around the table there are 6 seats. And you can see sitting in the darkest of corners as you get closer the figure of a woman. She appears to be elven, although her ears are particularly large in regards to the points. They poke out from white or grey-white hair, which just falls in curtains to either side of her face. You can see that her features are heavily lined. She appears to be very old, and her skin is the palest of whites. Over her head, you can see she's got a dark shawl, and around her shoulders, over the top of what appears to be a deep blue robe. Her eyes peering out at you from this darkness are of the clearest blue, and her lips have got a bluish sheen to them too. She watches as you all come over and then just gestures you closer with a hand which has got very long, elegant fingers. She says, "Welcome, friends. My name is Norella Winterkiss. Please, take a seat at my table, as it sounds like you're all seekers of information."
Rowan will sit, but she wants to sit so that she can see the three in the masks in the booth.
Yep. Yeah.
I don't know where that puts me. But...
Creepy fucking mask people. Great idea
Yeah.
to keep an eye on them. Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks.
No.
The sober one being like, "I'm gonna keep an eye on you."
Yep. No. Too
Like
easy.
this.
Too easy. Yep. You're able to position yourself with that.
Delgrim will refuse a seat. Will stand. In the vicinity of the seating location.
Okay. All right. What about the rest of you?
Miera will sit in the seat closest to Norelia.
Okay.
Classic Miera.
Yeah. Yeah. Miera will climb into the dragon's mouth,
Mm.
and
Miera will sit on the dragon's lap and also somehow make the dragon her best friend.
yeah.
Miera could be waiting for them to do something, gun towards, so that she can just like prison style shank them real quick.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Wow.
Just got
So,
dark quick.
Are the rest of you taking a seat?
Yes, but then it'll break up the pattern and it won't suit anything I've got at home.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Yeah, Grumpfel will sit. Will sit in on a seat in the sort of same sort of thing to keep an eye on whoever else and it.
Okay.
He's just gonna sit in the most convenient spot as to not be a bother.
Yep.
Tiernan's lingering back at the present, but he wants to take another look at the three people with the masks.
Mhm.
What were their species again?
Dwarf, elven.
There was
Elf,
Satyr.
half elf, and
Elf,
dwarf.
yeah,
right?
elf, half elf, dwarf. Correct.
Mhm.
It could be the entertainment, it could be Saturday Night Live.
Wow.
I've been sitting on that one for about a good half hour.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna
Sorry.
mention to Wispy. Do people wear masks often here?
Oh, those. Oh, those are they're the fair folk. They hail from Tilwith.
Silweth. Was that where Larry was from? Is that what? Nope, don't recognize.
Make a history check.
Mm.
Do I see them looking confused about Tilwith?
Yeah, sure.
Is that for anyone?
then I will-
Take a.
Tiernan was sort of lingering back.
She ready with
I
that
will,
map knowledge. Let her
kind of
lay
be
it down.
I will
Let's
be
go.
like, oh, it's like, Tiernan, you look a little confused. It's the land of the Fae. It's to the east of the Scimitar Mountains.
Okay. Because in typical fashion, no session would
Rowan
be
is now
without fault until I
absolutely
roll a
watching.
1, so...
Rowan is now absolutely watching them.
Yeah. How much
And-
is Rowan shitting herself right now? It's just a general question.
She's not. She's just like She was on high alert before.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Tiernan
Yep.
will just walk over and take the next available seat. He really doesn't care.
So once everyone is effectively seated, and except for Delgrim, who continues to be the rudest party member ever.
Wow.
I'll ask that question that I just sent you, Ham. If you're like, how's that rock of mine filling in my pocket right now?
Message sent.
Good question.
Wow.
Thank you.
Is that a
Thank
rock
you.
in your pocket, or are you just
Rock in your pocket.
Or are you just fucking terrified?
My safety rock. It's
Yeah.
my comfort rock.
So as you all seated and stuff, Norelia just arches her long, elegant fingers in front of her and says, "So, how can I help you all?"
Well, Bispy said that you know things, and you might be able to help us kind of find some people potentially. And then she said something about how maybe you could tell us all some interesting things or give us some information that was a bit vague. But I'm looking for someone, and potentially you know of them. Aloysius from the Mystic Delirium, or Bex, who's potentially with him.
Also, as much as Miera is definitely looking for these people, but there are other people who are possibly more important in our
Oh yes.
world right now.
Yes, well, I was getting to them.
Okay, great. Thank you. Love that,
Self-preservation and
Miera.
all.
Yeah, your brain.
Rezagast.
No, Miera, your head. How about your head? Your explodey brain
Let
head.
Miera finish the list of names, please, because it's important.
That all ends up in that space. Yushan, Zarina, they're looking for psychic emanations and stuff. And I have a problem with my brain at the moment, and I need to find them so that I can find out how to stop the thing in my head. Do you have the answer to all of those questions?
Our friend Miera here is in incredible danger. These three friends of ours, not actually friends, we just... they come from Harrowfell. They have been sent here to potentially find source of danger to Miera, my friend's mind. It's important to me, it's important to most of us here.
Don't give them all of the information, because then they can't prove that they know special things.
There are things I may know about some of this. But information always comes at a cost.
Oh, no,
Shocker.
Wispy didn't say anything about it costing anything.
This is true, but also you didn't ask, Wispy.
I also don't know if they mean like monetary cost. It could just be like emotional damage.
Well, interesting that you say that, B. See, the cost could be just a few simple coins. Could be an exchange of information. It could be something more. But I can guarantee all of you here that whatever you pay, only be what you're willing to give up. Never ever ask for anything beyond your means.
Sorry, you would never ask for anything beyond our means, or
I
we
would
should
never-
never ask for anything
I would
beyond
never
our means?
ask for anything beyond your means.
Okay.
What you ask is not important unless what you have to give is of value.
That is very, very true.
So what is it that you had to give?
answers to a number of the questions that you're asking.
Such as?
Well, I'm not going to say just yet. Well, maybe just a little hint. Aloysius. I can tell you where Aloysius is. And there are other things I'll be able to tell you as well, but I'll need you to do something for me first.
What is
And
that?
again, please remember, anything I ask of you, you will give willingly and not beyond the means of which you have available. I do not wish people to be uncomfortable or hurt in any fashion. So, friends, I invite you all to now think of the questions that you wish answered, and to please just place single hand upon this crystal ball.
You have crystal ball this entire time, you're not sure?
I think he described it as on the table.
Should we maybe talk about the questions that we want to ask first, so that we're not like wasting questions?
How many questions? What is the rule of questions? How many questions we each get? What is form of question that is required?
That will just come down to what you're willing to pay.
And
you may wish to ask a single question. You may wish to ask a number of questions, but of course, the more you ask, the higher the price.
And
What's the highest price you've ever asked someone to pay for a question?
And this is why I like Miera. She is an incredibly good question of things in general. Is good question. What is highest price you have ever asked to be paid?
The highest price that I think anyone has willingly paid is true love.
That was willingly paid.
Willingly paid.
And unwillingly, you don't deal with that at all?
I do not deal in that. There are others of my kind that may, but that is not how I operate.
So if, say, someone were to ask you a question, do you ask for the price up front, or do you give them their answers and then ask for the price?
You will ask the question, and the price will be negotiated.
Okay. And so if, sorry, I'm just curious.
So what's the stipulations around the loan policies here? Like, is it compounding interest rate, or
like what would happen if someone dined and dashed, or asked a question and then just actually, you know what, I'm not willing to pay anything for that. Like what would happen?
Well, you see, Miera, this is why I have my crystal ball here.
Yeah, what would you throw it at someone, or like you don't?
She kind of she laughs, and it's a surprisingly youthful laugh. She says, "No, dear, I don't throw it at anybody. But you place your hand on the crystal ball, and you think of the questions that you wish to ask, and then the negotiation begins to happen. And this way, it is done in a space where it is fair and equitable for all involved. There is no, as you said, dine and dash."
Well, the night couldn't get any worse, and Tiernan slaps his hand on the crystal ball.
Really, allow me to speak to my friends very quickly, if you do not mind.
Absolutely.
I don't want to move very far. Can you perhaps fuck off to somewhere else?
No.
Rowan just like head in hand.
That seems very rude. Okay, friends of mine constituting of 6 or more people. Let us move far away so individual one person does not hear what we have to say because we're going to have private conversation. Okay,
So the
that's
bar?
absolutely fine. Sure. And
Do I count?
Absolutely, yes. Come.
Maybe we go outside.
Come.
Grumpfel's just gonna grab Delgrim's sleeve and go, I think in a place like this, ears are everywhere.
I would agree with Grumpfel because I didn't give her my name. I gave Wispy my name.
Outside.
Excellent. Does anyone have pipe? I feel like I need to have like little hit of tobacco right now.
I don't smoke.
Things are tense and needing of relief.
Someone just pulls out a vape.
It's bubblegum flavor.
So if we assumedly far enough away from what was the name? Norelia?
Norelia.
Yeah.
Rowan hasn't moved yet. So you guys can go have a chat, but Rowan hasn't moved yet for he wants to ask Norelia a question, but that's fine.
Oh, so are you gonna be
question
following us outside,
I will,
or are you gonna hit Norelia as we're moving out?
I'll hit Norelia up after you guys have because she's gonna do that taunt thing of like. I have to ask a question.
Delgrim will do like the come with us thing, but entirely your call as to which direction you go then.
Tiernan will wander outside, it's all good.
Once everyone's sort of moved off a little bit, she's going to ask a question and then she'll join the group. So if you want to do the group stuff first, I can message Ham what the question is.
No, I would like the Rowan thing to happen, please.
She's gonna like dead eye lock with Norelia and just say, and what if what the negotiation is can't be paid? Because there's other things that mean that you can't make that call. I could be willing, but not able.
Then unfortunately the information will not be received. Unfortunately, sometimes people cannot afford the price. That is just the way it works, the way the world works at times.
Even though it's not that person's choice?
Even if it's not that person's choice.
She'll stand up and move to the rest of the group.
Okay. Rest of the group.
All of this sounds very dangerous and entirely not like a good idea. There are Fae north of Narvalosh from where I come. Some of my people, the abilities, skills we have, they're useful in negotiation. Because we can potentially kind of find a middle ground in which there is not as much advantage. But
how much time do you think Miera has?
This is my concern. I am concerned that I am ready to risk many things for sake of ensuring Miera is okay as quickly as possible. I do not know if this is my own feelings involved or if this is necessary. Miera, how many potions you still have? How much time we have?
I've got 4 and I only just took one before we came in, so I've still got like at least 24 hours or so for that to wear off. So I've still got 4.
So what you're saying is you have 4 days until you could potentially have your mind entirely crushed into pulp by unknown entity. 4 days.
Maybe it can last a bit longer. So, and it's been over a day since I took the last one, so it's not too long. But maybe we don't all have to ask a question. Potentially, we could kind of limit our risk that way and only.
Or share the risk. More people, small things, less payment.
Well, logically, how many questions that need to be asked?
Well, that's what I was going to say. If there's only one question we need to ask, we can share the load. I don't. She's going to say this, and like it is deliberately. You can tell she's not saying everything. Because you've been with her for long enough. Babe, you can decide whether you catch this or not. I may not be allowed to pay the price, but if it's shared, then that's fine.
Well, then don't ask the question. Isn't that easy enough to do? Maybe individually, we have a question, we pick a certain number, and that number of people ask a question. Like, how many questions do we need to have answers to?
It's not important. Number of question is not important. Quality of questions answered is important. Right now, thing I would like to know is how I can stop friend Miera's situation from becoming worse. There's no guarantee. There's no guarantee. This fucking individual knows the answer to that question, not at all.
Don't pay for the answer.
I do not wish us to any of us be disadvantaged by asking question to which we get no clear fucking answer. This is what happened at Calamity Club. We thought, oh, club owner going to be able to tell us something. Club owner not tell us anything.
What if we ask them that then? Before agreeing to anything, ask for the clarification. What happens if you can't answer the question? Because we didn't ask that.
Well, I presume if they can't ask the question, they can't ask demand payment.
Correct.
It's like services rendered. If you can't do the service, you don't get the payment.
I'm more than happy to ask the question. I feel like I'm the biggest problem at this point in time, given the situation, and I'm more than willing to I'll just go and ask the question, and then everyone else can kind of just.
What is question you ask, Miera? Because you seem very overly concerned with Mystic Delirium, who have nothing to do with thing inside your brain.
Potentially they do. That's the thing. Maybe they do. But my question I could just ask that question. I've got a problem with my brain. What's gonna be the fastest and easiest way of resolving that issue?
Miera, I hate to agree with all of your friends, particularly because you have been the nicest to me so far. I don't hate to agree with them. I don't know what I meant by that. But I will say that like I said, I've had some experience with mind magic before, and it's not something that you should mess with or leave up to chance. And it's something you should solve sooner rather than later. I've read a bit about it, and if it gets as bad as what I've read, you definitely don't want to deal with that.
So I suggest the question.
Yeah, sure, because that was going to be my question. What should I ask? What do you think would be the best words to use to answer?
What if we collectively asked? Because she's deliberately pushing this, we're doing this together. What if we collectively ask, what is the fastest, guaranteed way of ensuring that Miera's current brain situation, and we might need to be more specific, which might mean, Miera, you need to tell us more, can be rectified such that she can live on as she did prior to it beginning.
Thank you, Rowan, because first thing, Miera, when you say what is the easiest solution to problem, you know what the easiest solution problem is? Is for you to die. That is the easiest solution to problem. Would you absolutely need to think about these things? It is
That's
very
not the
specific.
easiest thing for me.
Yes, it is. No, it's not easiest thing for you. But if you keep question vague, if you ask question vaguely, that is answer to question. Simplest solution to any problem is problem no longer exist. Easiest way for you to no longer exist, you die. Please.
I'm unwilling to give my life, so they can't take it.
No.
Why don't you just
No.
work in
Miera,
excluding death?
no.
Well, that's
If
if
I
that's
point
an
out-
answer, you don't pay it. That then you technically get the answer. That's
also,
you don't
you're
want to pay
not
and then
giving
get the
her your
answer.
life. You'd be giving your life as a separate thing to the answer to the question.
I
No?
think.
Am I wrong?
I
She's
think
looking
in a,
across the Grumpfel, like, am I wrong that that's how it works?
I think in a very roundabout way, Delgrim is hinting on that if we do not ask a question, then the answer will be death. We need to ask the question
The
to find
answer
out
is
how
death.
to keep
The
life.
answer is death. The answer to many more questions than you would potentially suspect is death. I have seen my share of it. I promise you.
Hello, Death
The
Cleric.
simplest answer to so many questions is quite simply death. It is
Death.
very easy.
Death comes to all according to a plan, and it
Indeed.
is as a follower of Kamateon to recognize that we all be embraced at the end.
If
I do not welcome it early. I wish everyone the fullest of duty and life.
which means,
But in the-
Grumpfel, we want
but in-
your god to stay the right fuck out of any
Oh,
part of this conversation.
From
Yes?
any conversation I have with Kamateon, he knows that it is my most dearest wish that none of us meet his embrace early.
If, Miera, the question that you feel in your heart that needs to be answered, if you take it to this individual and ask, what is the question that you feel on the inside that you must have answered to help you?
So I guess the question I would need to ask, or I feel would be most important, would be there is a hostile entity in my mind, and I need to know how to stop it, get it out.
Return
Without
to
hurting.
normal.
Yeah, go back to the way it was before
Without hurting.
it started talking to me, without it hurting me
It
or
is
killing
talking-
me.
It is talking to you?
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm pretty sure we spoke about this.
What is it? My memory is of me being slapped in mind by entity and almost dying. What since then? What is it that it is said
Well,
to you?
not since then, but I mean, the most memorable interaction was after it found out that you were spying on it in my mind, and then it started being really mean and saying that I wasn't worthy and all of that sort of stuff. So it talks to me. It's not all the time. It's not like it's whispering in my ear all the time, but there's little bits and pieces. And before it used to sound like people that I might know, like family and all of that sort of stuff. And that's why I didn't think it was such a big problem, because I thought it was, kind of just like friendly.
Whatever this thing is, I want to kill it so very, very badly.
Well, I think it might want to kill you too.
I also feel this is case.
So, what are you guys doing?
Don't ask the question.
What is the question?
The question is, how do I get the hostile thing out without killing me, hurting me, back to the way it was before it took over? And tell me what it is too, so I know for next time. So I
That
can
feels
avoid
like
it.
that feels like two questions.
That's a sentence. If I don't breathe or pause in between it, it's one question.
Or someone else could ask.
How that
something.
works.
Miera.
As someone with a teaching background, that is not how that works. Compound sentences.
I'm gonna go with it. I agree with Kate, but I'm just gonna go with it because
If anyone here has fucking recommendation as to better phrasing for question, feel free to interrupt and let us know, because I do not want Miera to instantly die because the wrong question is asked.
I feel like before we ask the question, we have to like go put our hands on the crystal ball.
So that's
like
we got to straighten out the questions that we've got in our heads first. Because if we put our hands on there and then we ask it,
I don't think there's any straightening this out based on how this conversation's going.
I think more of the point, B, I agree with you. That's what we have to do now, is go do that. That's the next move.
Maybe it'll give you the answer. Like maybe it'll tell you how to word the question. There'll be like some wisdom in it or something.
Well, I was already
not with the DM smiling like that.
If one of us can ask question that answers questions that all of us have, then there is only one question and only one price. Yes?
I believe that's what I was going to say. Is that's the one thing I want to go in and check, but otherwise it's hands on the crystal ball time. All I want to check is if we all ask the same question, can we share the load?
I will always share load, but it's very important to me that everyone here know. I will share any consequence that you find yourself involved in. If we are about to engage in situation which can potentially be detrimental to us, I will lay down my life for any of you. You know this. If you do not know this, congratulations, you now know this. B, maybe not necessarily you. We only just met you.
I was gonna say that's weird. You don't know me.
If you find yourself in an unfair position, I will absolutely stand in and say, hey, no, B not deserve to die for this situation. I will put myself in that position. I do not also want to die. What I would like is for my friend Miera to no longer have dangerous thing in her mind.
Okay, so we'll share the cost, and the question will be, how do we? Well, I guess it's at the end of the day, how do we save Miera from the entity without hurting her?
Or killing her.
Tiernan, you're here also. That feel like very fucking good idea for question. That is very direct.
Mm-hmm. Very simple, very direct, very little open to interpretation.
Great.
Does anyone else agree?
Does anyone have an improvement on that idea? Tiernan idea seemed very good.
Can I suggest that we also have the word fastest in there?
Maybe
Because we don't have
efficient.
time.
Maybe efficient is the word.
I still feel like Miera death probably answered to that question.
No, I more mean like the same question, but just add a term to say it has to be fast, because we don't have the time.
Well, if I understand that, but then you wouldn't save her if they gave an answer that didn't work. It'd be a lie. Would it not?
What is the fastest way to save?
Safest.
Fastest
Am I?
and safest? Both.
Rowan!
That's what I'm seeing.
Rowan, did I just copy your accent for a little bit? Is that what happened?
You did.
Rowan!
Terribly sorry, but
No,
You've been hanging around it too
it's
long.
absolutely fine. I did not expect that to be a thing that happened ever, but apparently I mimic your accent. I'm very sorry. I feel like that's a little bit rude.
What is
Dad?
the fastest way
sorry.
to save Miera without hurting her?
Or killing her.
Safest.
like, that's why I said fastest way to save her.
Yeah.
That's all. Just so we have the word fast.
Fast is not important. Safest way is important.
Fast and safest way to save her without hurting her.
Fastest way for Miera to no longer be under influence of thing in her mind is for her to die.
Can we stop talking about death? This is really like, this is... I didn't even know you guys. Now I'm considering my own death. Like, it's truly so much. If we could just...
Beatrix,
So,
your own death is
no,
always
B.
possibility. But I promise you, when you realize that, the things that you realize you're capable of are incredible.
If you could, I only get called Beatrix when I'm in trouble. So B is fine.
All right. So do we ask this question?
Who?
I think we should.
so you go back in?
Who is going to ask the question? I feel like need to be Rowan or need to be Miera.
Well, if you ask,
Um,
if you want to share the load, I imagine all of us would have to ask the same question.
No, I feel like given core of this is about potential outcome for Miera, I feel like Miera need to be one to ask question.
I'm happy to ask the question. I said I'd prefer to do that than have everyone else risk.
As Miera is one to potentially suffer outcome, if anyone has different opinion, I am entirely happy to suffocate you until you no longer matter.
Yeah, I will ask the question. I'm fine.
Excellent.
Okay. Well, is there any other questions anyone wants to know the answers to?
So many questions.
I think we're all gonna have questions. That's like how life works, right? Maybe let's just start with this one.
And please, for the love of God, DM, please don't make me repeat the question because I've spiraled around so many times. I'm not exactly sure if I'm
So
ready.
you guys all go back inside and go over to the table in the corner where Narella is waiting patiently. Again, she gestures for you all to sit down, of which you do or don't.
Yeah, it sits.
Entirely up to you. And she says, now, I invite all of you to lay your hand upon the crystal ball.
Oh.
Ask any question that is in your heart, and the price will be negotiated.
Let's
I'll
not all
whack
do
my
it at
hand on
once.
the ball then.
Yeah, Delgrim will 100% be encouraging
Rowan's
Miera
hands on the ball.
to have the first crack.
So all of you place your hands on the crystal ball.
Tiernan's got his hand on the ball.
I just want Miera to know what's happening. That's all.
When you touch it, all of you see within inside the ball a slight swirling of smoke. And then forming slowly the image of what appears to be a small grove. Long grass, like at least waist high, gently shifting in the breeze. Tall oak trees surrounding this small clearing. You find that you can't tear your eyes away from this image. Then you all blink. The candles have gone out on the table. Narella has vanished. Crystal ball is cold and empty in front of you. And you can see rays of sunshine coming in from the window along the side. And on the table in front of you, you can see 3 cards. Tarot style cards. One of them depicts a satyr dressed as a fool, but as you look at it, it's obvious that it's Aloysius. And there are fairies dancing around him. He's standing on a dock at twilight, and there is a black space in the night sky where the moon should be, and there are stars surrounding it. And off in one corner, there are images of the 6 of you. Small, quite hard to actually kind of see the detail on, but you can see all of you are pointing and laughing at him. The second card has got a circle of people dancing, all wearing elaborate, beautiful masks depicting various fae. In the center is a tall, elegant-looking Eladrin with pale white skin, wearing a stunning deep purple tunic and breeches. In one hand, he holds the sun, and in the other, he holds the moon. The third card depicts a half circle of robed figures, 12 of them, surrounding a clock, embedded in the chest of a bird. Blood drips upwards from the clock into a black hole amongst the roots of a massive tree. And that is where we are going to end.
Good. Because that entire last bit I need to listen to probably about 7 times before I get all the shit that just happened then. What?
And for those of you who are playing at home, if you want to find out what happened when they touched the crystal ball, come on to PAX.
Far out.
It's like,
what?
touch the ball, guys. That's the
Yeah.
grenade.
Yeah, there was a couple of
Jump on
times
the
I'm just like, oh my god, they're not going to do it. They can do
No
it.
one's getting it.
What?
Let's try
What do you
it.
mean?
Let's try
What do
it.
you mean? What do you mean coming to PAX?
Come to PAX. Come and watch our live show on
Hey,
the
Promethean,
date
to find out, come to PAX.
at the
Why?
time. Yeah.
Luckily, I'm going to be in PAX and
Oh my
playing.
god, what are the chances?
Oh,
On the
wha-
Friday.
wow.
Big double header for some of us that day.
I think there's some
A triple
triple
for
headed.
some-
Header,
Hang
yeah.
on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hang on. Look at my
Poor
notes.
Emily's going to be a shell of herself.
So it's Promethean. Haha.
Yeah. Fuck.
No, I'll be fine. It'll be fine.
It's okay. I am gonna take all of Promethean's energy, and he's gonna be the wreck. I'm gonna be juiced. It's
He
gonna be
has no
fun.
energy. He just has persistence. Sorry, I'm gonna exist
Caffeine.
whether you like
Caffeine
it
and durries.
or correct. Caffeine and cigarettes. That's
In the if
what
I may,
fuels me.
in the chat, Medley Rose, I'm guessing is not in this hemisphere because they've said, "Damn, I'm in the wrong hemisphere." I know we spoke that we're not going to be streaming live because there's lots going on. But did we clear up whether we're going to try and VOD or like record it for VOD later?
doesn't matter.
Or is that
Not
or is that
important.
still
Not important. Not
We
important. What's
will-
important is
We've-
Omnipotent is apparently presenting card games at PAX, and we should all absolutely say hello when that happens.
Mm.
We can
Very
leave it at we'll
confused. That was a
try.
hard tangent.
There will definitely be a recap of what happened, regardless
We'll
of
try.
whether it is
Yeah.
fully
Absolutely.
Don't stress.
Hey, stay tuned.
Yeah, watch this space or that space or another space. Who knows?
All the
Hey,
spaces.
Let's do. We have absolutely blasted past our normal finish time, and I know that we're all pretty fried. Let's do a super quick whip around of favorite moments.
You're doing favorite moments, you fuck.
Go pick
Yeah.
one. Go pick one. Turnip. That's all I have to say.
I hate you all.
Turnip and the fun that chat had with Turnip. To be very clear, like
I'm sorry, John.
It was pretty good.
Are you-
Hey,
you
don't
really
forget
good?
Blonky. Don't you forget
Blonky. Oh, Turnip and
Blonky.
Blonky. Yes,
Turnip
that's
and
it.
Blonky.
Turnip and
Turnip and
Blocky
Blonky.
was pretty good. That was
It's like I just Tiernan left the club. He did the
Turnip
right
became
thing, and then he
turmeric,
just gets
became
heckled.
a
for-
train wreck.
We need someone to get the like lyrics for like Harley and Rose or something and turn it to Turnip and Blonky
No,
and make a whole
Jack's
tune.
just doing it again. Train wreck, tackle box, Trivial Pursuit. Like there's Tiernan's never gonna be Tiernan ever again.
I'll give a shout out to Neff because she put Talula in there, and that is a
Tallulah.
that's a hat tip to Cool Runnings, which is one of my absolute favorite films. So
Jamaica, we got a bobsled team.
All right,
that's it.
who else?
Tallulah
I'll
sounds
pay
like
you
a
$1 to
two-gold
shut
piece
up.
lady. Than
Oh my god, I want to go to bed.
Hey,
Not
Hamish,
allowed.
Hamish, what was your favorite moment?
My favorite moment was Tiernan and Rowan having their little kind of moment in Tiernan's room. Like
Drink some water and eat some food, and I'm taking your booze away from you.
But it was look, those two don't always see eye to eye, and it's been really cool the last sort of few sessions seeing that relationship sort of change and develop. I think it's been really cool. And Turner. I must admit, I had fun with Timmy as well.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, who wants to go next? Cass, I can see you jumping up and down with enthusiasm.
Oh yeah, 100%. One of my favorite was Wispleton. I think it landed there. I'm not quite sure. That was really good. I enjoyed it.
I came up with the name. I thought that's a really cool name, and did not think about how I was actually going to say
something.
it.
So it's www.wild.
Whistle
Thimblethorn.
Thimblethorn. I Thimble something.
Whistlethorn.
It's a fucking
Whistle
terrible
Thimblethorn.
I enjoyed that. I also enjoyed immensely the fact that Miera has now clocked Delgrim saying quite a few times that he loves her and cares for her, and she's clocked it. Miera will remember this. So that was good.
Platonically, but
yes, but
yes.
You care
Platonic
about
love
me.
is still love,
That's
it's
the
just
main thing.
Mhm.
And then also I really enjoyed learning a little bit more about Bee and her background stuff.
Yeah. Outstanding. Heath, how about you, buddy?
The two times that Delgrim dismissed Grumpfel, the first time at the Calamity, and I can understand why. The second time made me laugh to myself quite. All this question about death. Hello, cleric of the death god, but not now, Grumpfel. We're talking about that. I liked that.
Amazing. Who else we got? Emily.
I actually really enjoyed the start of the episode watching Tiernan absolutely stand up to Timmy and cause mayhem. But then also
that was the first time he dropped the F-bomb.
It was cool, man. I really enjoyed it. And I thought it was cool that some of your friends had your back and others still had your back, but not in the way that I think you were expecting. So it was I liked watching that play out. That was fun.
Medley Rose is right. Sneeze Watch. Sneeze Watch is the best one.
Sneeze
I haven't sneezed in a while.
was amazing.
You haven't. We haven't
Thank
called
you, Saz, for our present.
Who else we got? Who else?
I think.
Oh, John?
Just look, it's a hard one tonight.
That's what she said. Sorry, I just...
You've been hanging around me too long. I actually just enjoyed being able to play Tiernan tonight. Everyone's done a fantastic job tonight. I really enjoyed it. But just some of those interactions that Tiernan was able to, I got the chance to actually role play. Particularly Rowan and Tiernan in the room, as well as Tiernan losing his shit by not losing his shit in the Calamity Club. Because quite frankly, if he had lost his top, he would have blown the roof off.
Mm-hmm. I really enjoyed the "Don't you know who I am" moment. I thought that was you dropped your name several times.
Don't you know who my dad is?
Yeah.
Hang on a second.
My dad.
My daddy is going to be so angry when he finds out that you've done
You're in
this.
so much trouble when my daddy finds out.
Amazing.
If they find out we can shapeshift, they're going to tell the church.
Bro, I think you're lucky last.
I enjoyed so we've got an entirely new character in this entire thing. I enjoyed how seamlessly Emily has kind of dipped B into the crowd, despite still being technically a bit of an outsider to the party. I think it is really hard to fucking nail that, and I think so far doing okay. We'll find out how that goes. Eventually, we'll just leave you dead by the roadside.
Wow.
And
Whoa.
Just so you know, you got plenty of time.
All
to
of you
plan.
to assume that you could kill me.
But you've done okay so far.
I don't know if you know, but I'm a level 20 character. So.
I also genuinely enjoyed Tiernan's fucking response to Blinky being completely messed up. So I was ready as Delgrim to do a couple of things. And where John took that was the least aggressive version of the thing. I think that was a super good call. I think John did really good with managing Tiernan's response to
Tiernan
Blinky
is
being
civilized.
properly fucked up in that situation. If it was me, if it was my little pet robot guy, I would have reacted much more aggressively than I think John decided to take Tiernan. So
Beautiful.
I think it was very well done, and it made sense in terms of the character. He did it well, and he's walked away from the thing, and good on Tiernan. That wouldn't be Delgrim's reaction. Delgrim would be like, "No, this troll is absolutely fucked. I'm going to punch him in the balls immediately and find a way to set it on fire."
Yeah. And Pro would be making a brand new character as we speak, so it'd be amazing.
almost definitely, yes, correct. 100%.
Hey,
the D20 response. Set everything on fire.
Yeah.
I like how Saz has dropped into the chat about the sneeze watch, but also the sneeze hype train because of the sneeze watch.
That was insane.
That's fun.
In general as well, I think we had a bunch of cool little moments between probably most of all, I guess, Miera, B, and Delgrim. Just like this little kind of recognition of, hey, here's shit we can do with our brains that we haven't as a group kind of sat down and discussed previously. And it was like, hey, boom, 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 here's stuff that's happening, here's how that works. And between the three of us, that kind of fast tracked itself. I think that was cool.
Awesome. Hey, look,
You don't need to end it with a hype train.
well, look, we were close to 100, so I thought, well, let's
But here we are.
Yeah.
Oh,
like,
no.
Choo motherfuckers, let's go.
Choo fucking choo. Hey, look, to everyone who's hung out with us tonight, and we've had a bunch of people, which has been fucking awesome. Again, like I said, like time is the most valuable thing you've got. You're choosing to spend with us, and we love you for it.
That, and if you happen to have a diamond worth like 1,000 gold pieces, also super valuable.
Yeah, also super valuable. Sure.
Just saying.
Okay, cool. Does anyone have anything they want to quickly shout out before we punch out into another universe?
I will very briefly because Saz can't do it herself. But we recently, so myself and two other beautiful creators, Dan and Stevie, have just launched the Aussie Roll Call podcast, which is backed by the Australian roleplay community.
Mm-hmm.
We have 2 episodes out so far, one of which has Nephthys Nile, who people have seen on this channel before, and the other is Logan Timmins, who is a feckin' fantastic TTRPG creator. But our lovely Saz is on the next episode.
Ooh.
So people should heckin' listen. If you go to my Twitter after this, there will be a link because I don't have it ready. And if you give me like 5 minutes, I'll find it.
No, that sounds super cool.
But yeah, so it's interviews and news in TTRPG in Australia. So that's the vibe.
Here's a plugging thing I have. Keep an eye on the Law Rights because I want to say Monday night, we are back with the incredibly enjoyable to watch Tale of Two Queens adventure that Ash is running. Ash has the coolest players. Ash is doing such a good job of her first job as a DM. It is super fun to watch. Absolutely do so. Monday night, I think, is the next session back for
Awesome.
Tale of Two Queens. Please check out the Law Rights for that.
Right.
Don't worry about the shit that I do. That's the cool thing.
Yeah.
But if you're interested in spooky stuff, also have a look at socials because the Law Rights have put out a little expression of interest form for some Call of Cthulhu stuff.
Also true. This is also very, very true.
If you want to have a spooky time, put your name in the ring. You might have a little spoopy time. It'll be fun.
If that doesn't go ahead on Monday and you have something else to do with your time, there's a bunch of us playing Eat the Reich over on Ellen Graham's. It's vampires trying to kick Hitler's ass, which is also Monday night.
Eat the Reich.
Eat the Reich. It's the new Annie Award-winning tabletop.
Yeah,
So
it looks
if you want to come hang out and
incredibly
lurk that at
fun.
the same time, you can do that. PAX Australia stuff for lots of people. We all have cool things, I think.
So
Lots
much.
of
Stay
lots of
tuned,
things.
I think, is the default fucking
Yeah.
thing,
Yeah.
right? Like, just,
Look
hey, we're on socials. Look at that because we will tell you all of the cool shit that's
Yeah.
happening. And there is
Truly,
so
so
much,
many socials.
so
Truly,
much
so
cool
many
shit
socials.
happening. Like this PAX, get in it. Like, get involved. Get there in the actual place. Watch all of us talk about how excited we are about the shit that we're doing. 100%.
So many things.
Do that. It's
Give
gonna
me
be fun as heck.
All right.
Good times.
Let's go a rating. Who are you rating?
To whom?
We
Heath
have a
Saz
minute
wants
of,
us to talk
we have
shit
to talk
for a
crap
minute,
because
if
the
that's
hype train has
okay.
to
Can
stop
we-
so that we can raid out. So
Can we utilize our ability to go and raid someone?
Fuck you. Like,
we will in a
Wow.
I
minute.
believe you did that. Corn
For
daddy.
so yeah, I've just chucked the link for the ARC
Good one,
podcast in chat if people want to do it. Otherwise, it will be on my Twitter as well. As LEB has just put in chat, 3 out of this group are also going to be Friday night talking about banging monsters at PAX.
I can't.
Craddock the monster.
I am
Dealers.
so fucking excited about Craddock.
So effing excited about banging monsters. I can't imagine why.
If
Or
I
not.
can do a little thing real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't like to plug myself, but
But-
I'm gonna do it because I've started a new Twitch channel
She
and
wants-
it's called Hexes and Vexes. It's my first ever solo project. I'm really excited about it. I believe there's gonna be a Thirsty Thursday coming up this Thursday that Promethean will be on. As will MVCDM and Ash Makes Props. You can come and watch us rate a bunch of cook shit that we've all said in my stream.
Immediately follow Hexes and Vexes, please. It's going to be a fun time.
Amazing. All right. Are we ready to
good
hit
to
the
go?
thing and go and do the what's it?
It's some fun.
We are going to go and see Lightfoot Rogue. Saz is just sorting out the raid in the background. But yeah, take some excellent raid emotes of choice. We've got our hamster raid. If you want to take
That
that
is
with you,
Definitely
should.
not. Yeah.
Hey Saz, thanks for
Otherwise-
producing us little
Hey,
methods
Saz,
over
thanks for
here.
being fucking awesome in the background. Shout out to Saz. Woo!
Excellent.
Legend.
Night all. Look after yourselves.
Night.
See you back here next time.
Have a good night. Be good. Enjoy.
Be
yourself.
good.